Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Go until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never try. Secrets in your eye, you go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, heart, breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart, 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 breaks my heart. Shook me to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from the locked up ghost of yourself, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome. My name is Resorty, and to you, one and all, I say hello, friends. Welcome. Hope things are good for you wherever you are in the world. I'm running a little bit late today, just barely got here on time. My apologies for that, but it's good to be here with you for sure. I hope you're doing well today. It is a Thursday here, I believe, so midweek for many of you. Hope your midweek is going well so far. Glad you got this far. We'll see how much farther you can go, for sure. Gary, it's good seeing you. Thank you for being here first today, Gary. Hello to HPG. George, welcome in, my friend. Jim, welcome back again, Jim. Hello. Slivers, you're having some cooking now. Happy cooking, Slivers. I hope your food turns out just right and absolutely tasty. Please save me a bowl for sure. Ellisdale, welcome. Hello to you, Marks. Hello, Monstro. It's good to see all you all. Lord of the Guys, welcome in as well. Today, as I was glancing at chat before actually starting to talk, I thought of that old Billy Joel line. The regular crowd shuffles in. Thank you for shuffling in, regular crowd. I will now do my Piano Man routine for the next, 3-4 hours possibly, and we'll all have a nice time drinking our beers and so on. Sakutera, welcome, my friend. Hope you're having a good day as well. Is the game vibe quieter than usual? So usually I don't use the game volume in the background right now. Usually I have piano music, but the piano music machine is still broken. I don't know why I'm paying for it, but we can make it louder if you'd like to hear better sounds of Stellaris menu screen. The sounds of the menu screen getting turned up there all the way. Good old menu music. Have to remember to turn it down later though, because menu music and game music have very different volumes at times. What do I have for you? Yesterday, as I mentioned, my wife had a late meeting. My wife was out carousing, having dinner time until about 9 p.m., and so I had the evening all to myself. Exact same things happen again today. Commencement is tomorrow evening, so she's entertaining all the muckety-mucks. Tomorrow's stream should be a regalia stream. As long as I remember to go and get it later today. We'll see. Maybe a regalia stream, maybe not. Don't want to make any promises. But I've had a lot of free time. A lot of time when normally I'd hang out with moms and have dinner and do crossword and so on. Instead, all to myself, doing whatever I want to do. And I had such ambitions. Yesterday evening, I told myself I would sit and read some Moby Dick. I'd get back on the path of goodness and rightness and reading Herman Melville. Instead, though, can you imagine what I did? Can you imagine? I most certainly played video games. Most certainly an evening of video games. It was great. It was a really good time, a really relaxing time. My glasses keep fogging up. Absolutely fantastic time though, because I decided to try one of the new games that was very generously given to me by the people who gave me that Warhammer box. Is it Creative Assembly? No, Games Workshop. Game Workshop are the people who run Warhammer generally. I kept saying Creative Assembly yesterday. I still don't have all the different companies figured out, just know that they're all appreciated. But yeah, Games Workshop sent me that very generous collection of video games, and I decided to try one of them called Vermintide. Vermintide is the one I chose because it looked most interesting on the little preview. More about that in a second. Hello to you today, Cyber Oracle. Echo, what's up? How long since last Regalia stream? Probably a year. I think I've done one Regalia stream here in Japan, and I've attended one commencement here in Japan, so that sounds about right. Can't do it too often, or people get confused. Why is this man wearing these strange clothes so often, but irregularly? Once a year, special treat like Christmas. So maybe tomorrow, we'll see. But Vermintide, absolutely Vermintide. It's a strange little game. I talked about maybe streaming all of the games that I was gifted by Games Workshop. Okay, one second. I need to say this word right or it's going to upset me all day long. I'm being upset, friends. Help, I'm being upset. Games Workshop, is that correct? It is Games Workshop. All right, very good. Games Workshop. Wait, 1 second. Do I see that Games Workshop has a stock, and its stock price is up? Paradox, what's wrong with you? No good, no good. So Vermintide is delightful. Vermintide's a fun little game. It's a first-person game. I don't want to say first-person shooter, because not every character that one plays as has a ranged weapon that's any good. But yeah, I've been playing as this mercenary fellow with a giant two-handed sword, and the majority of the gameplay is see that horde of rats over there. Walk into it and just swing your sword back and forth for a while. So, at least in the first 3 levels, which ones I've played so far, there is a storyline, and that's great. There's almost certainly a wide variety of beautiful scenery. It makes you feel feelings, but the actual combat is pretty rudimentary, at least at the beginning here. And it's fun, like it's a good time for sure, but it's not the kind of game that challenges one to think deeply about what they're doing. Now, you do end up seeing these kind of rats that throw poison on you, and so you step out of the poison. It feels very much like a good old Warcraft there. But yeah, it's probably not what I'll stream, because I'm not sure what to talk about, honestly. Other than here comes my sword, I go swing, 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 swing. It's about all there is. That said, it's really good for passing some time, really good to have a good time in that way, and it's because of that I recommend it as what it is, but it's not a strategy game for sure. That's very, very cool. I really enjoyed that one. I'll probably play my way through all of the generous gifts I was given and report back on each of them. Now, with that said, Vermintide is going to drag me in so much because, like games like Diablo, as you're engaged in going through the quests, you receive loot boxes, and the loot boxes you open, and they give you items, and those items are better than your current items, and you equip them, and then you go to another dungeon, and you get loot boxes, and you open the loot boxes, and your items are better than and it just keeps going. Now, I don't think there's any way of using money to get more loot boxes, or at least I haven't found it, and it should stay that way. But it's so good at just like making me want to keep playing the game just to make my character stronger. And I don't know why. I don't know why that even matters, right? It's not like I'm competing against anyone. It's just like Victoria 3, LOL number go up. There's something like fundamentally satisfying about LOL number go up. And I don't know why that is, but I'm glad we have simple pleasures here in the world. Simple pleasures like the number was 84, now it's 87. I've accomplished things today. That's how it goes. Game Urchin, awesome seeing you. Number go up, a hell of a drug. Absolutely right. Yeah, and it's so obvious. Like, there aren't... This game does not have a ton of stats, right? They're not like, this weapon is better in terms of strength, but this one's better in dexterity. Which one do I want? No, it has a single number called power, and one item has 45 power, and one has 44 power, and you just say, oh, 45 is bigger, I'll pick that one. Now, at this point, I am using very basic weapons, commons, and occasionally a little rare here and there, so it's possible that later in the game you get more and more stats to worry about, but so far it really is just compare these two numbers. I went to 3rd grade math. I know what direction the alligator goes. That is that. So that's how it goes. Is this a case of no MMO? No. Though I'm really enjoying this game, though I'm really enjoying it quite a bit, it's not one that will trouble me once I have to teach again. I'm totally okay with playing a game a little bit too much over the summer vacation, because gosh, that's what summer vacation's for in some measure, to have some fun and to relax outside of the normal work schedule. But in a week and a half or so, when I get back to my teaching, I think I'll be able to put this one on the shelf. That said, if I start showing up on stream and saying, oh boy, friends, stayed up till 2 a.m. last night and I haven't done my homework and I'm gonna get fired, please talk to me about my priorities in life. Please discuss with me what exactly I want to do with myself. We'll have a little on-stream intervention, and that will be just great. Eka, you might be right that this mechanism is what leads to gambling addictions, watching numbers go up and shiny going, but Yeah, it's fun. I mean, that's all I can say. And I don't know how well reviewed it is, but I should definitely leave a positive review that says, as a brand new player, it scratched a certain itch. Now, had I bought the game, I'd definitely review it in a different kind of way. They gave it to me for free, so who knows, who knows, who knows. Anyway, what's up with you all? What is going on with you fine folks? Tell me stories. Has anything fun happened? Anything interesting happened? Anything you wish to mention happen? Because for me, today is just another day in paradise. Definitely going to be meeting another colleague later today for a little bit, chatting with the colleague about upcoming semester. She's interested in throwing a conference, a teaching conference. She's a brand new teacher. She's only been here for about a year or so now, and she already wants to put on conferences and bring people in to talk about effective teaching. That's a kind of effectiveness in being part of a community that I do not know how to do. Just immediately jumping in with both feet and doing things that are useful for other folks. Absolutely amazing. Cybercall, you got a productive week so far. Hey, nice job. I'm sure that productivity is, just important and great, and being able to look at your workday or your week and say, this stuff has gotten done feels so good. I know the absolute worst days for me are ones when I set out to complete even a few tasks and nothing gets done. And I feel like I'm farther behind at the end of the day than the start of the day. And that's a rough feeling when that happens. So well done to you for sure. George, you actually like the Charles portrait. We discussed this on stream yesterday, that new portrait of King Charles III. It is definitely something. It is definitely a portrait that is challenging conventions, I guess we'll say. I don't have any strong feelings about it other than cool. So it's the kind of portrait that I myself would not want to hang in my home, but then my home is not an art museum. My home is not for the monarchy, etc. I appreciate it's a little bit different. I would like eventually to read an artist statement. I'd like eventually to read the artist's explanation of why they've chosen what they've chosen. The interviews so far have mostly just commented on the king's an environmentalist, and so we put a little butterfly here, make a little butterfly, talks about change, and the king's a new monarch, a time of change, etc. But I want to know about that really striking colors there. Really, really striking colors. That part has been a little underanalyzed, and that part is, I think, the most obvious modification from normal portraiture styles. So that's how it goes. Look forward to learning more about it. But yeah, I think definitely people online have responded in, we'll call it mixed ways. Some people have been memeing all over, I guess, taking the portrait of Charles and putting it like Han Solo in carbonite, because it is the case that the king's head appears to be coming out of or going into some pinkish, reddish material, possibly. I don't know. Slivers, you've loved playing Diablo 4 Season 4. How is Season 4 different than the prior seasons? What is new? What is different? What should draw me into the world of Diablo 4? I played Diablo 3 a fair bit with a friend. Never played any other Diablo. I know some of the jokes involving the Stone of Jay, whatever that is. Jericho, maybe? Not sure. I know about the old man, Deckard Cain, who says sit a while and listen, or stay a while and listen. That's all I know, though, unfortunately. Rough going. Hello to El Citadel, Stone of Jordan, thank you. I know SOJ, it's like the currency of the game, yeah? Elso is currently struggling to phrase feedback on a paper written by an MS student who has hoped to become a PhD student. Elistil, just between you and me, is this student one who probably should not be a PhD student? I find these really, really challenging to do also. When students come to me excited that they want to go become a graduate student, they want to be a professor, and I just don't see that path for them. Because I never want to tell a student you shouldn't be excited about the field. You shouldn't be excited about school. But I always say, okay, this is what you're signing up for. Are you sure you want this thing? And finding a way to give feedback that is kind, that is helpful, but that is honest fundamentally is so important. I think it's probably true in every field. Every field you have junior people and senior people who are trying to work together and help the junior people develop, and they're going to develop in different ways, including some they might not want to initially. But I think what's particularly hard about the teacher-student relationship is man, there's a lot of vulnerability there, right? It's assumed right away that the student does not know things. That's part of being a student. And so you have to be so gentle, so careful with trying to help people want to move on. This is a guy who might be able to learn. I'm early feeling, though, he doesn't have a strong command of topic yet. Yeah, I mean, that's an important... Oh, God. That's an important lesson that immediately connects me to my childhood Christianity. Didn't think we'd talk about this today. Yeah, I'll be quite frank. I'm not religious anymore. Haven't been for a long time. When I was a youngster, I remember thinking of prayer, prayers of request in particular, as being like, I say the magic words, I get this thing. It's like, Daddy, may I have a pony? Ta-da, the pony. Or no pony, you're a very bad boy. That kind of thing. I remember a pastor, though, giving a little lesson one time on the responses to prayer might be yes or no or let's wait, which is a very useful in-between answer for a variety of reasons. But with students, it's really important to convince them of that thing also. And I've had to do this in different ways with different students. For example, a couple months back, I had a student read an essay with me. And she, after reading it, came to me and began our conversation with, this guy is an idiot. He's missed so many obvious things. Obviously, he's wrong. Anyone could tell, clearly dum-dum, etc. And I had to be kind of more forward with her than usual, reminding her that this person she was reading was a very well-regarded scholar whose work was being appreciated and used by thousands of other people, and she's a sophomore undergraduate. Now, I don't want to say that sophomore undergraduates can't have great and important and valuable ideas. I don't want to say that people who are established and useful are always right about everything, but you gotta have a certain humility about what you know and what you don't know, right? And so part of the work as a professor, and indeed I think part of the work of being anyone who's mature and attentive to themselves, is saying you know what you know, but that's all you know, and that's okay. Take some time to work on it, take some time to keep improving, and you'll be fine. Or maybe you won't, but we say you'll be fine at least. And I found that hard with students also, because students always want to be ahead of where they are. They really, really want to say, I'm a college student, so I got it all figured out, right? Or I'm a college graduate, I've got it all figured out. Or man, I went to grad school, I know it all. Whichever way. But at each level, I find there's so much more I don't know than I thought I knew. And so now I try to take the humble view that says, well, I can talk pretty forthrightly about this very, very small amount of things. Past that, though, there's still a lot I don't know. And now I look back at myself in grad school, or myself in undergrad, or myself all the way back, and I realize at so many points, I was trying so hard to convince people that I knew more than I actually knew. Just trying to show that I fit in, trying to show that I was aware of everything. And at every point, it was a lesson of trying to figure out how to fit in without fully getting it yet. So if I could talk to my 16-year-old self, one thing I would say is be patient to yourself. There are a lot of other things I'd say too, but be patient with yourself, I think, is one of those lessons I learned in therapy, actually, right? This question my therapist asked me that I think is a very common therapist question, which is, what would you say to someone else, not you, who's in the same situation? And I then suddenly thought of myself as one of my students and said, oh, I would tell my student, be patient with yourself. Oh, I should be patient with myself too. So that's how I think about responding to students who aren't quite there yet, who need to keep on working to figure it out, is just being a little bit more patient with yourself. So Elsedil, I hope it's the case. I hope it's the case you can give useful feedback that helps the student improve a little bit more and hopefully finds the path that they should be on, or maybe even are on right now. But yeah, that sense that there's always more time, while fundamentally false, is very important to know. It's really important to know that you don't have to be the best right away, or not immediately jump to the next thing. There's time, there's time, there's time. Hopefully. Which at this point I will now reveal a resorty secret. The first year I applied to graduate schools, I got in nowhere. And I almost gave up entirely. But over the summer I went and took some classes, and some graduate level classes at local university, did very well in those, applied again, and then got into the school I wanted to get into. So yeah, it's about being patient and making things work by taking the long way around maybe. But here we are anyway. A lot of people say lots of words. Hello to you, Baconitis. Conservative tie choice. Is this a conservative tie choice? Like, honestly, I think of this as one of my more extreme ties. Probably 80% of my ties are just one straight color. This one, though, which is not terribly well centered. This one, though, is stripes. Stripes are more than just the normal plain color. I don't know. What's a non-conservative tie look like? I mean, obviously, like, anime character in the middle, etc. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Exactly, Cyber Oracle. You think you're on one path. You think you're, I'm going to do the college thing. I got to do the college thing. And for some people, when it's not working or you decide it's not for you, that can feel like such a loss, such a horrible, horrible thing. But then in more of the fullness of time, you say, oh, it worked out, right? It worked out. Which is not to say that everyone's lives work out the way they want it to. But looking retrospectively at lives, we can say, oh, maybe it was okay if it didn't work that way. I ended up in a good spot because of whatever. Which just say, like, I ended up going to the grad school I wanted to, but over the course of the year I wasn't in school at all, I had such important experiences that taught me a lot about things that I needed to know about myself. Right? If I didn't go through that period, I'd probably be a different person. Or I often tell the story of, when I was 18 years old, senior year of high school, I was just not sure what to do with myself. And I met a U.S. Marine recruiter, and he told me, I see you being somebody. And for the first time in my life, I had confidence. Right? For the first time in my life, I said, oh, I could be somebody. Let's go become a Marine. And I'm so glad I didn't, because I'd be some fundamentally different person. Now, maybe it would have been an awesome life too. I can't imagine, I can't see. But it was probably for the best I didn't. So I love thinking about the different life paths that one could have taken, and kind of the contingency along the way, right? The recognition that there were important points that maybe you knew, maybe you didn't, that sent you on a different path than you would have gone otherwise. And how cool is that they were part of those every single moment, actually, right? I tell the students, if you want to, right now you could leave the classroom and fly to Florida. And every single time the students pretend to stand up. Just pretend, I'm sure. But it's nice to have that kind of control of one's life within certain limitations. Of course, we can't all afford plane tickets to Florida and so on, but that's how it goes. The few, the proud, the Marines. Eka, how do you know that? That's a recruiting slogan from the Marines commercials back in, the 90s, maybe early 2000s. You're a German person, I believe. How do you know American recruiting phrases? I do not know whatever you all tell your youngsters to have them join the military. That's absolutely amazing. But yeah, definitely the case that I got very, very close to joining the military. Very, very close indeed. And it would have been a heck of an experience. And I'd be a very different person these days, but who knows, who knows. It would have been a life. That's all I can say about that, I suppose. Thank you all for talking nicely with me today. I didn't expect to be talking about any of this, but here we are. Thula, it's good seeing you for you. You know that slogan, by playing shooters with Americans. Are those things then that your fellow players would say? They would announce, like, be all you can be in the United States Marines, boom, I got a headshot? Or did the game play those sounds instead? I know back in the 1990s, maybe early 2000s, a video game came out called America's Army. Right, America's Army was this FPS that was made by the American Army as a recruiting effort. And so if you play that game, maybe you would hear American slogans there. Oh, it's said pretty sarcastically. I see. Said by people who are perhaps a bit cynical about the military, or maybe cynical about their own experiences, which I get for sure. Understood. Reality's overrated. Gosh, today I don't feel that way, but thank you for the generous resubscription very, very much, my friend. Thank you for your generosity in keeping that sub going. Speaking of subs going, Silent Crucifixion. Thank you also for your generous resubscription. A whole bunch of months there, 52 months. Thank you, Silent. Thank you both for being here today. And yeah, thank you for having a walk down memory lane with Resorty. Always a nice time. Friends, it is the case that we have an ad break coming right now. Ad break about 30 seconds. Other side of that, we'll play some Stellaris, and that will be a lovely, lovely time. They had those slogans back in the 80s also, Steve. See, this is the thing. If I'm being entirely honest, I don't know when things happened in my honestly, I don't know what things happened in my life. You can tell me something happened in 1989, 1995, or 2003, and I probably can't distinguish which one it is, unless it's something that I know explicitly happened in my childhood. Like, I know that I watched the Smurfs show when I was very, very young. I didn't watch the Smurfs show when I was in college, for instance. But man, so many other things, like, what year was the O.J. Simpson business? I'm like, I know I wasn't in college yet, but it's weird how time works. It's weird how time works, and I think some people have a much better ability to connect their lived time with the time that is news hours and activities happening along the way. There's some term for that I've forgotten right now. But for me, they're kind of disconnected. I'm just kind of hanging out doing stuff. And especially when we come in here and people start talking about you've been streaming for 72 months, you've been streaming now for 8 years, whatever it is. At that point, it gets weird. It's real weird, because I still think myself in some measures a newer streamer, and I know I'm not. I know among the people who are streaming, I'm towards the older ones, at least on Twitch. I've been doing it for quite a while, but it does feel pretty recent that I started it. In part, I think I have this cut still that is before graduate school and after graduate school. It was such a formative time. And I think it's like the last big, really formative time in my life. Nams and I started dating when I was in graduate school, and our marriage was not like a huge change in our lives. We didn't have a big wedding or anything. And so I think of before grad school and after grad school as the one big split, but grad school ended, almost 10 years ago. And so I probably need to have another cut in life at some point. Maybe it's before this conversation, after this conversation. My friends, I'm becoming a new man before your eyes. You need to have more markers, like death events, moving events. Daigle, that's a very good point. Yeah, so we did move to Japan. I suppose moving to Japan was a pretty big deal indeed, and I shouldn't pretend like that didn't really change things, because that's probably the most important change in the past 5 years. But yeah, it's a strange thing to think about the ways in which time works and just keeps slipping into the future, I suppose, as the poet puts it. This conversation feels very nostalgic in a way. I'm not quite sure why. Incidentally, the word nostalgic is used much more often in Japanese than in English. There's a lot of times when people will say, that thing reminds me of something else, and then say, oh, that's nostalgic. That's nostalgic. In a way that I think in English one wouldn't. You'd simply say, that reminds me of, where in English say it reminds me of. For the Japanese, it's reminds me of in some like deeply sentimental ways, more so than I'm used to. If I ever play a game with the Void Dweller perk, can I rename archived videos to VOD Dwellers? Hope Drudo, I have no idea what you're talking about. What's the Void Dweller perk? What game are you talking about? It's like, Resorty, remember in Super Mario 3 in the 4th level, if you jump on that one white block and hold the down button, you can then go behind the scenery? I guess so. I appreciate your jokes, but I have no idea what you're talking about. Hey, Diggle. It's very common in Taiwan to also use nostalgic a lot. I wonder why that is. I wonder if it's a difference in thinking about the past. I mean, I know it's the case that in Japanese culture, at least, the past is so much more central to daily life than in American culture. It's a more traditional culture. There's also like daily prayers and remembrance of the dead and so on. But I'm not sure. I'm really not sure why that is. I mean, the comments about the U.S. are always moving forward, always new, never looking back, etc. But I don't know. I don't know exactly. But yeah, I'll need to ask some native Japanese speaker about the idea of nostalgia and whether they feel nostalgic about topics described in English, or if it's only when they're speaking in Japanese and they get a certain feeling. This is a topic I love so much, my Japanese students. How differently do you approach the world and feel differently when you're speaking in different languages? It's the same you, having the same topics discussed, but there's some tremendous rupture or cleavage there. I think it's pretty darn cool. Eck is wondering, do they teach philosophy at U.S. war colleges? Maybe I could join the army and teach there. They do have philosophers at war colleges. Obviously, one of the big topics there that matter are the ethics of war, thinking about the ways in which one engages in warfare fairly, one engages in warfare morally. Now, not to say that's always taken seriously in decision making, but it is the kind of thing that's taught at least. And yeah, I mean, the war colleges are liberal arts schools. They expect students to be officers and gentle people, as the phrase has it. And so they'll often have requirements in ethics or in logic. To be entirely honest, some of the war colleges in the United States, I think, are really good models for liberal arts schools nationwide. Because they're well funded, for one, and you don't have to be in the military to teach there. It is the case that you can teach there even as a non-military person, though they do prefer people who've had some experience to better connect with the students and to be models for them as they go on into their military lives. That said, a while back, I did consider applying to one. The Naval Academy had an opening for a field that I'm adjacent to at least, but I decided against it at that point. So that's how it goes, Anyway, the ad breaks are over, the blah blah's over. Thank you for chit-chatting with me. More than a philosopher king, be a philosopher paratrooper. I mean, you probably know this exists, but for those of you who don't know this, there's so much philosophy that's been written in either times of war or actually on the battlefront. The great European philosopher Ludwig Wittgenstein, I can't remember if he's Austrian or German, I'm sorry right now, but he wrote his initial big work, the Tractatus, while he was on the battlefront, being shelled. The man sat there and wrote about logic and the relationship between logic and the world around us, and our speaking patterns in the world around us. And that is such a crazy thing to me. Like, if I were on a battlefront being shelled, I think I would just be worried that I'm going to die. Now, I think Wittgenstein writes about this and says that nearness to death helps him see the world more clearly, which is insane. But there are lots of other pieces like this, where the engagement with worry about death help people to get stuff figured out more quickly. Might be like the deathbed experience of the philosopher. Who knows? Anyway, friends, let's push the button right here. Let's get the old oops screen up and going, and let's go ahead and play a little Stellaris. I did say we'd be playing some Total War Warhammer 3 pretty soon. I thought today would be the day for it, but I got dragged in one more time for Stellaris because I so badly want to see the new Crisis. I really want to know how the end game goes. That said, will we be getting to the end game today? Will we be getting there? We need one more stream. We'll see. Whichever way, I promise, fingers uncrossed, pinky promise, that next week, Monday, we will be playing at Total War Warhammer 3. Unless something unusual happens and someone sends me a new game or whatever, we'll see how it goes. Hey, good seeing you, Sakabra. Recently got the 200 Days Duolingo badge for Japanese. Well done, Sakabra, well done. You now know, what do you know after 200 days or so? Well, certainly you know the Kore and Sore and talking about John being a nice doctor and so on. The distance between Duolingo and being able to actually speak Japanese in any interesting way is so substantial. When I was first moving here, I did so much Duolingo. I'm like, I'm going to be Duolingo kid. I'm going to speak perfect Japanese when I get there. No, I wasn't. It turns out that while that's really fun and easy to pick up on vocabulary especially, the actual production of the language requires some other kind of learning, most notably engaging with other human people and so on. So it's how it goes. Monster, I see you talking about Wittgenstein graduate class. I want to discuss that, but I can't discuss it on stream. It'd be super interesting to a few of us and very boring to others. But yeah, the idea of knowledge not being a simple propositional relationship, but instead being a relationship to a whole other language, a remainder of the language, that we think about truth in language as fitting together with the broader form of life we're in is so cool. Seeing how culturally it's a language is just fantastic, and I want to say a lot more, but I shouldn't anyway. Do not show me this page again. I do not wish to see it. I've read it twice now. Let's load our game and play our Nexus of Next Steps. Yesterday, my friends, we had a major accomplishment in this playthrough. The major accomplishment of all of our people are now cyborgs. I believe we've completed the initial origin phase of this playthrough. And that is a lovely, lovely thing. And I think we're roughly in the mid-game. We've not had our mid-game mini-crisis yet. I'm concerned it will destroy us if it happens near us, but, you know, who knows, who knows. I believe we're currently at war, aren't we? Yes, we're currently at war. We decided to beat up on our neighbors. They beat up on us a while back, and now we're taking all of their territory. And the only reason we're doing so is they have a number of megastructures, a number of these absolutely beautiful Dyson spheres or Dyson swarms. They'll give us so much power if we take them over. So we've kind of beaten them back into a corner. I'm not entirely sure what all I've claimed of theirs so far. Let's check that real quick. I know I talked about this yesterday also, but I'm not entirely sure. So we can see the greens are our current claims. We can see that these down here are claimed as well. We kept this way. Palomar is not yet claimed. We have currently 300 points in influence, and so we can claim a little bit more. Palomar here does not have a mega structure. The next one that does is Tavendar here, which we could claim for now instead. As I said previously, I'm really curious what's in Niamah here. There must be something unusual for the enemy not to have taken that territory. We'll learn soon enough. So we'll go and claim that one as well to get that mega structure. And then we can claim this one if we get ourselves... Nope, already have it. All good, all good. So, forward we go into Tavendar there. Forward we go into Ledula and Wenkwart, and then the war should be more or less done. It's been a good one through and through, if being entirely honest. Are there traditions left to take? Yes, we have one open tradition slot still. We decided to go Supremacy just because so many of our neighbors are militants, and though we do not want to fight, we must fight. We've been drawn into one war after a war. One war after another war after another war, and we'll never be at peace, unfortunately. It's been a really fun playthrough, though. Maybe, do I not have a claim on Bazad here? That's a great question, because Bazad is their capital. It'd be kind of odd not to take Bazad. I'm so sorry. What am I even saying? What am I even saying? We open the mouth, the noises come out. Here we go. Do I have a claim on you fine folks here? Let's see, let's see. Indeed I do. We can't remove claims lot war. We do have a claim on that one. Actually, I'm not seeing it. I'm actually not seeing a claim on that one. So, but it says we can't remove claims. So I'm not sure if we do. I'm not sure if we do. We'll make sure we have enough influence to buy that one if we don't have that claim yet. The issue with our current setup is we only have so many armies. We only have so many standing armies, approximately, where are they? Approximately, yeah, 1,400 or so in total. I believe this is like 1.3. And each of the planets we take is over 2,000 military strength. So I believe it's the case that many of my planets are pushing out armies right now. Well, many of them should be pushing out armies. So we got to push more. Each of these costs 1 energy credits in maintenance and costs 100, is that right? Yeah, 100 minerals to push them out. So more, and then we'll bring them all to the front and take the land, and that will be good. While that's happening, we just need to keep an eye out for a large fleet developing to come and get us. That said, I'm guessing we've taken their main star base by taking Bazad there, so we'll see what happens. Group these fine folks up. They are, let's see, these two can group up. That'd be just fine. So get rid of this one and group these two here. Bomb them from orbit till they surrender. We can do that. For some reason, this is strange. This is very, very strange. For some reason, though, I really dislike orbital bombardments as a way of finishing off enemies, even though I know full well that when we take their planets, we're going to oop all extermination, oop nothing but genocide, and like I feel very bad about that. So maybe we should just bombard that to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, or millions upon millions of rock people with many, many stones from sky. Who knows? Whichever way, we've got ourselves a new captain, new commander. One of our officers levels up. We'll see who that is. It is this person named Gracian Dasa. They're a scout through and through, a trickster. They're eager, they're aggressive. They'll be a fine fleet commander at some points. We're at the point now where we need a 4th fleet. We have a total of 254 naval capacity. We're only using 180 of that, so we can definitely make another fleet pretty darn soon. That said, I don't really want to build more fleet while at war. I don't think. We'll see. We'll see. Alright, we can move a science ship forward to learn more about the enemy technology. We moved to having only 1 science ship. And the reason for that is when this fellow finishes looking at an anomaly, he gives 300 experience points to all other scientists, including the ones who are sitting as governators. And I'd very much like the governor scientists to level up nicely. We have a small group of enemies trying to flee. Will they get away, or will we hunt them down? Fleeing to Wenkwart, you cowards,
Hostiles
you absolute
engaged.
cowards. Come back here. Hey, well done, well done. Power overwhelming indeed. Alright, Wenkwart, last area we need. Wenkwart has actually a stronger defensive platform than some. Our fleet here is 8,000 or so. We'll go ahead and take that fight. That'll be fine for us. And we see more armies coming forward. All good, all good. This place here, I believe, has a colony ship waiting. That's just civilians, so we'll probably leave them alone. But overwhelming force again, looking pretty good.
Junk decoded.
And how are our fleets looking? Yeah, a bunch of fleets, all of very, very small size still. So we got to keep on building more troops. I don't know if there's a building that helps us to recruit armies more quickly, or if it's something I should be doing while we're at peace, and then using once we're at war. Let's be well prepared for the battle ahead. More researching, more battling over here. All good, all good. Wenkwart has been taken. Now, with that said, there's a planet here called Anstarne. Anstarne is an urban Gaia world. It has 1,400 strength. These people have done so well on building up their many defensive areas. So we're gonna have to really work on cracking these nuts, or we can't really take these territories anytime soon. But we see fleets are moving forward to reinforce. This group is now at suddenly 1,000. I thought it would show portions of 1,000, like 1,100, 1,200. Maybe it's going to go from 1,000 to 2,000 once sufficiently increased in strength. We'll see, we'll see. And may I build directly to this group as opposed to building elsewhere?
Build job complete.
Yeah, I think you have to build elsewhere and then order them to combine in instead. So hold on to that one, and then, whoops, grab other fleets here. And we grab this, and this, and this, and this, and connect those, and I believe they'll head on forward to the front. I actually don't know how the game knows that I want the troops moved to the front instead of the front troops going to the back. It may be based on which one I select first. That said, 2,000 strength, ready to invade presently. Speaking of presently, we have this new character to level up. Where'd they go? Where'd they go? Someone can level up, right? Ah, someone's idle. That's fine, that's fine. Speaking of idle, we have 2 construction ships doing absolutely nothing. I believe we have nothing to build. That's not true. Yesterday we learned how to make rare exotic gases, which will help us run our defensive platforms, I believe. I think there were 2 of those locations. Yeah, out here in Gossamer's another one. So other construction ship. Oh, we have 1 construction ship right now. That's fine. Exotic gas, not rare gas. Rare gas that turns you into werewolves want no part of. Odd friends, we unlocked our supremacy trait. So, master shipwrights. The ships build faster, or overwhelming force. More damage from orbital bombardments, and also we fire faster. We'll go with that one for now. And I guess it is time for us to begin orbital bombardment. Feels bad, feels bad, feels bad, but is in fact necessary. Where's my fleet? It's my science ship. Where's my fleet? I know I had a fleet once upon a time. There was a fleet, and that fleet was good. Probably gonna leave my fleet here at the choke point. There is no planet here at all. The second fleet here, the enemy can't reach this direction because they have to go through here, and they have only about 800 strength in total. So we'll have you drop back to begin bombarding Bazad here. How Bazad indeed.
These contacts aren't.
Hey, an incoming Quirmelin raid. A Quirmelin raiding fleet's been detected approaching our borders. Intercepted communication indicates they've been hired by a rivaling foreign power to attack our systems. Who would dare hire mercenaries against us? Now, with that said, it is the... Where are they? This group right here, nearest to our border, is not the ones coming from us, or are not. They are called the... They're called the Qumralons. Never mind, so they're coming from right here. I have moved literally all of my fleets onto the battlefront. We have a defensive position here of 18,000 strength. Now, while that's quite a bit, and that feels pretty darn good indeed, that's not as much as it could possibly be, and their fleets together are 50,000, 100,000. I don't know how much they're going to send in. We may be having some trouble, though, in this direction. We'll see, we'll see. They could... Nope, they can't come this way. So I could attempt to move one of my fleets all the way back around. It's a very, very long way to go, though. So I'm going to trust my defensive platforms and other mistakes I occasionally make. Other words that are going to lead some problems. Cowards huddling in darkness have asked us to face you, since they're too afraid to do so themselves. Are there any Nex Mutatis warriors honorable enough to meet us in open battle? Or must we plunder your systems unopposed? Show us what you got. We'll see who's moving forward in just a moment, and then we'll see if we need to panic and bring a fleet around. Who knows, who knows, who knows. Marauders are always such an issue, aren't they? Those of you who played a lot of this game will know that Marauders can really upset a playthrough fairly quickly. I'm sure they won't this time, though. Will they? Would they dare? So far we've seen no movement here. A surprise catch! The Spymaster watching over the Byzadian Protectorate reports that, surprise, surprise, we got ourselves a new asset. What kind of asset do we have? We already have a laborer. We also have a... an entertainer, maybe? Is that true? What do we got? We have a diplomats and a laborer. So an attaché and an attaché. Minor people are interested in joining the cause. Now, the people we're currently fighting are the ones we're also spying on. This is probably not necessary, but I'll try to steal some of their technology. That's a good way to respect their strength overall, and say they must have technology that's useful for us. The mercenary's still not moving. Incidentally, the enigmatic cache has disappeared. This spinny cylinder atop our home planets has been... That's not true. On Scape, which is not our home planet, has been gathering data and looking at our people. Now, though, it's just going away. Farewell, be seeing you. We learned absolutely nothing about that thing. We learned that it was cylindrical, which we've known for a very, very long time. We just had a very quick battle. I do not know where it was or what it was. I do know, though, that we want to bombard Bizad. And so we'll take our fleets here and move them to the Bizadian planets and just sit there, bombard them a little bit. Hello to Strat, how's it going? Good seeing you. Ion disruptors unlocked. Upgraded disruptors fire bolts of more destructive ion particles at targets. How do they work? Science. Science, science, science. Of these things, let's do the Rift Sphere. I said I wasn't going to do the astral explorations, but now I'm going to do the astral explorations. We've probably read all, or at least most of the archaeology jobs for this particular playthrough, and so it will be good to have an opportunity to read some other interesting activities, more ways to explore our world around us. Construction's done there. And we have one more up here. Gas in Gossamer, we'll grab that. More technology done. The alloy nanoplants. So we've actually not yet built the basic version of this building anywhere. We'd like to get even more alloys coming in for even larger fleets. So we'll want to build those buildings fairly soon. But then, a lot of these ongoing more minerals, more good. For the moment, though, we'll knock out ion thrusters. It's fairly early technology. It's halfway done, so that will be just nice. We gotta level up. Our Minister of the State on the Council and a Governor needs a level up. So he has some possibility of some possibility of being council levels up here. So either even more unity or buildings are cheaper, etc. We're going with even more unity. Unity is the path forward. What do I have to say about this new DLC? It's really fun. No, the first thing I should say about this DLC is this. It has positive reviews on Steam. And if you know anything about how Paradox players review DLC, you will know that is not just an unusual event, but an absolute miracle. So people are really enjoying this DLC because it adds a bunch of new content. The new origins seem pretty darn fun. I've only done one so far. There's a new crisis also, a new way of engaging with machine types. So yeah, the DLC is really fun, and it's definitely one that I will list first as being one if people want to try. So yeah, definitely a great DLC, and adds a lot to the Stellaris experience. Now, I'd probably still tell new players not to use any DLC, just to play the base game, but this is definitely a fun one for sure. Enforcement Harbus 2 recently stormed a warehouse and found a considerable stash of contraband inside. We're breaking up the mafia, bit by bit by bit. Okay, gonna say the main fleet is now strong enough to begin taking planets.
Found some solid tech in
So,
these scraps.
with 3,000 strength
Time
up
for some new
there,
chrome.
and 136 down here. Wait. I don't recall bombarding this place. Did the soldiers die? Have I been attempting to build up armies I do not need? Well, delightful, delightful, delightful. Let's do the real quick tile blocker. That'll be useful to take more planets. That's all good. Oh, have I been wasting everyone's time with my absolutely unnecessary waiting for invasions? How's that invasion going? Oh god, there's 3,000 here. One second. One second. Have I gotten lost? Okay, I went into the wrong location, I believe. Because they have here 3,000. Where's my transport fleet? Did I just kill all of my soldiers? Oh, they are indeed on Stebnar. Oh, they won. Okay, this 3,000 is my army. We won almost instantaneously. We're fine. We were kind of concerned for a moment. All right, with that said, our general levels up. What kind of thing should he be? How about a general? Very, very good. All right, team, we re-embark. One planet taken. Let's get some more indeed. Let's unify all these armies. Let's grab you first and then you as well. Combine them up. Roller coaster emotions indeed. I was pretty sure I'd screwed everything up there for a moment. Taking the playthrough and made it bad. Alright, tell me about Habazad. Only 2,000 strength. I think we're good to go on that in just a moment. We'll again unify you, and then get you moved into here. Get invaded. More technology finished again. It's the ion thruster. Now we don't just use the ions as weapons, we use them as power for movement also. How swell is that? Speaking of swell, I would like a swell of metallurgy, a swell of more and more and more alloys. Okay, this scientist is doing not a darn thing. Also, one of our governors leveled up. The governor will become he's governing a research world, so he's going to be an analyst helping with his planet's research. And then my other scientist needs to find additional research to do, more bits of debris. Are there bits of debris here? Looking like no. If we zoom out, we can see other debris for him. There's some over this way. Let's survey that. And then I'm going to move this ship back, I think. Nope, it's still holding a really important choke point, so it'll stay there. All right, how many more planets are there? I see 1, I see 2, I see 3. I don't recall the story of Wegmore, but we see a battle. They have no general. We are generally winning this thing. Looking pretty good for sure. I can't imagine what it would be to have no officer leading your army. Why don't you just surrender? Why don't you just give up? You see you're going to lose terribly. Now, with that said, we are having substantial losses. It is possible they're better at fighting than we are. So their assault army, that's my assault army, sorry. Oh, you know what? It's me, a dum-dum. I was reading this line here versus this line here. Those are actually all of my soldiers. We read the swords versus the shields here. That said, their damage is capped at 21. The morale damage is the same. Our damage caps at 9. So they are much, much better fighters than we are. We're still going to win due to overwhelming numbers, but there are many losses for us, and we may need to reinforce that team fairly soon. No doubt about that. Yeah, down to only 1-3 there now. And if we attempt to disembark, well, we can't. There's no one left there. That said, this factory capital, really their capital of their empire is now ours. So with 1.3 thousand strength, let's go ahead and see what the next planet is. Down here at Dargon, they have a very small group in the sky. And down on Balkan Voss, the armies are, again, 2,000. Let's wait on that one. If we go over this direction, there's one right here, too, at Wenkwart. Wenkwart's strength is again 1,500. Yeah, so time to wait and reinforce one more time for back inside the homeworld. We'll grab our armies there, move them towards this one, and then reinforce also. Very good. Rock Smash, just for a review of V Rising, you're ending the review with, the game has a lot to sink your teeth into if you stick your neck out. Alright, ban, ban, ban. Because V Rising is a game about vampires, and you've offended us all this day with your has a lot to sink your teeth into. Frankly outrageous. But thank you for that bit of humor. We enjoyed that.
We're under siege.
Alright, we are stealing our technology. I didn't put any acid on this job. I probably should have done so. I wasn't quite thinking about that. But our operatives have dispersed amongst the various scientific outreach schemes being run by the Byzantian Protectorate for the benefit of their citizenry. Our target for the endeavor may very well make themselves known to us. Bring me science. I thank you. I thank you. You see how much the pun make people mad? It's gonna be great. Where'd you write that review, Rock Smasha? Is it a Steam review? Do you write professionally? Please tell me stories. I wish to know. More fleets are coming. We check our capital again. Our capital is no longer making soldiers. That's absurd. We have a lot of defenders here. We need more recruits as more assaulters. Uh-oh, the assaulters available now have only 735 strength. So less than half the strength of the enemy. A Steam curator, just good PC games. Rock Smash are awesome. I tried to do some reviewing on Steam. The problem is my reviews are way too long. I've written 2 of them that go all the way as long as they possibly can be. I've hit the Steam maximum length on reviews. Now the curator ones, of course, are just like tweet length, right? But I like writing big reviews. They're really fun for me. They take way too long though. And fundamentally they're read by like 40 people and then we move on. I should spend that time making more tweets or more YouTube videos or Twitch streams or whatever instead of wasting it on reviews. But it was fun to write a few at least. The amoeba flagella have been languishing here for a very long time. We destroyed the space amoebas earlier. Now we'll take their, I don't even want to say technology, we'll take their bodies and use them for the great glory of people like us. While we're fighting, we're also going to do some additional upgrading. So up goes the administration building. We have an open slot on the tech world. We'll build another basic research lab, I do believe. We have 11 workers still available there, though, so not or 11 jobs available there. Run through now and see who needs jobs. Yeah, Nexus does. The capital has no free employment at all. There's nothing we can do to help that right now until we get more upgrades, on temples especially. I actually don't even know if there are upgrades on temples. I almost never play Spiritualist. But we go through and see you have lots of jobs. We'll upgrade both of these, though. Other industrialist world, just the same thing. Yeah, it seems like every planet but for the capital has a lot of possible upgrades. And I should probably set up some preferential repopulation scheme. Convince the people they want to live elsewhere, don't you know? This planet's very strange. This planet was made by the AI before I took it over. We see that it has some criminality happening, but it does also have a precinct house. That research base makes basically no sense here at all, so we're going to go get rid of that. Turning this planet into what? It has a lot of power possibilities. Let's go ahead and say this will be our power planet. Now, we don't really need a power planet. We have Dyson spheres and such, but for the moment, more power, more good. They also have 39 open jobs here, so that'll get done eventually. Down here, we're already building. Last World Sheraton 4. This is another planet we took over recently, and so it's a place that, had some undesirable folks on board. It says in Agri-World, I guess, but we're gonna get rid of the research lab again, and we have no minerals. We're going to wait for a little bit for our economy to refill. Let's wait for the armies to come in also. As I said previously, this is the part of Stellaris I find most tedious, just waiting for armies to build. And I know I could do it on my own, build armies all the way through, but if you don't build the armies, the game doesn't really give you a quick catch-up way other than just orbital bombardment and hoping for the best. But we've now made contact with the mysterious aliens in the Drotum system. We've called them the Beta Menaces. Bunch of betas, we're the alphas here, etc., etc. Pop psychology go. Not even pop psychology, bro psychology go. I rarely speak possibly ill of other people, but man, if you're into that like alpha beta stuff, not like knowing the alphabet, if you know the alphabet, you're fine, don't worry. But if you start like evaluating other people as beta humans, I expect you're not in the stream already, but if you are, we got some problems. We can get a bonus to damage against star bases. That's not really useful right now. Ship build faster, sure. I have a tremendous number of alloys here, so I should start building up a new fleet, frankly. So to our star base right here, and do I have more shipyards here? The only things you call beta are beta fish. Yes. Are you allowed to shop at Skaggs Alpha Beta for your groceries? I don't know what that is. I love the idea there's a grocery store called Alpha Beta, though, because that really is just the alphabet. Maybe they mean they have everything you need, but they're not called Alpha Zeta, right, from A to Z, or Alpha Omega from the first and the last. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. Very confusing. Look, that's the kind of thing that gets chat. Maybe that's what I should do. I should occasionally offer a hot take. Like, this cultural trend is bad, MK. Let's talk about TikTok. The other night, one of my former students and I were having a chit chat, and I said, so how have you spent your summer break so far? And he said, I do nothing but scroll through TikTok. And I said, why? And he says, because I don't know how to stop. I say, do you enjoy it? And he says, eh. And for me, it's such an unfortunate thing. I don't know how to stop doing this thing. It's the only reason I'm doing it. I didn't say to him, you might need to see a therapist, but I worry there's a whole generation of folks that are just scrolling, and not enjoying it, just doing it to fill time. And I don't know. I talked about like the monetization strategy that if you're not paying for it, you are the customer or you're the product and so on. But I just want my students to be happy, and they're doing something that does not make them happy. Why? Why do you do it then? Please stop doing it. Confiscate their phone? Maybe I should do that. I had a professor friend, and I've mentioned this before. At the start of class every day, he had his phone basket. And to come into the classroom, to engage in the seminar conversation, you had to put your phone in the phone basket. And if you said, oh, professor, I don't have a phone, he would say, I don't believe you, because all of the students had phones. But yeah, it was definitely a challenge for the students, right? Challenge for the students to say, look, many of you have a relationship with your phone where it is more important than anything else you're doing. And I think over the course of the semester, many of the students came to agree with him, but they were so angry on day one. How dare you take my things? And he would never actually take them, right? He wouldn't dig through their pockets. He would instead, invite them to give them up themselves, and that was fine. We had World of Warcraft, they have TikTok. The difference, though, is I really enjoy playing World of Warcraft. Like, if you'd asked me at the time, what do you do their summer vacation? And I would say, nothing but World of Warcraft. And then you said, are you enjoying it? I would say, heck yes. It brings me so much satisfaction. I would never say, I mean, towards the end, when I decided to say, let's not do WoW anymore, then I would say, I'm not enjoying it anymore. I'm trying to stop because I'm not liking it. But with that said, I don't think there's anything in life I say I feel compelled to do and I don't enjoy it. Now, obviously, there are people with addictions and so on. When I was drinking quite a bit, hangovers were terrible. But yeah, if you don't like it, why? I don't know. MMO, no, I'm sorry. Even mentioning MMO games feels pretty bad. I see a few of you saying you do not bring your phone to things you want to take part in. That's understandable. I think my colleague probably does not force people to
Time for some.
empty their pockets and show they don't have a phone. Instead, he merely would insist, if I see you using your phone in class, then we got some problems. Well, it's just fair enough. And it's one of these weird things. Back when I was a college student, the idea of doing anything that made it obvious to my professor I was disengaged, I would never do. Like, I would definitely play video games on my laptop. I would definitely doodle occasionally, but I would never take something out and start typing on it. There's been some social norm change. I'm not quite sure what changed, but now my students feel kind of comfortable doing that. And I have to talk to them about it, or I have to talk to them about it and say, like, why are you doing this? Please stop. But it's just one of these normative shifts that makes me feel very, very old. I don't know. You got called up for sketching in class. Yeah, I would never do that. I have students who do knitting in class, and I know that it helps them focus. They'll knit for a little bit and then stop and take some notes and then knit for a little bit. Awesome, sounds good. But I think things that you put in front of your face, like the face blocking where I am behind it or your classmates are behind it, feels different to me. Now, maybe I'm just missing that it is possible to use your phone and chit-chat with your friends and also stay present, stay engaged, but I'm less than sure. Who knows? Absolutely not sure. Alright, the Sinuran Alliance has become xenophobic. Good job, team. That's what you're supposed to be. Just please don't use your xenophobia towards me. Also, we've capped out. We've capped out in food. Capped out in food. Gotta fix that. The problem with taking away phones in college is other people shouldn't have that much control over you. I think my colleague would say, and again, I don't like speaking for other people, but I think my colleague would say, it's your choice, right? You signed up for this class, you're allowed to drop this class, you can take other classes instead, but if you want to be part of what we're doing here, you will give up your phone. And I think this is a more aggressive relationship with students than I would ever take. But for him, it was about the class mattering more than the happiness or immediate desire of any student. And that's a stance I have a little trouble with. Now, of course, if a student's using their freedom to get up in the middle of the classroom and curse at people, I'm fine shutting them down. But I very much want to trust students. I want to tell students, please don't use your phones. And they'll agree to that. And then when they use their phone, they say, hey, you agreed, you're breaking my trust, man. Or my colleague wanted to have a more aggressive or more direct, even confrontational relationship with the students. So who knows? More metallurgy, more alloys coming in, more. I don't know. I'm very bad at caring about military unlocks in this game. I think the players who make their own ships and actually think seriously about what kind of weapons they're using against their opponents probably get really excited. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have the antimatter missiles. Wow. For me, unfortunately, they're just one more thing to upgrade, and that is That is strange. That was strange. Dogbrace says when you're, oh, that's so sad. When your cousin taught a high school, students had to have their phones because of active shooters. This is something that my American students talk about, and my Japanese students just stare at them when they hear. So the analog from my childhood was tornado drills, right? Once a month or once a semester, not sure how often, we had to go into the basement of the school and get down these little balls on the ground because a twista, Auntie M. It was in preparation for what would happen if a tornado came through and threatened this school. But now it's the fear that someone's going to come with a gun into the school and kill people. And I don't know how to think about that other than it makes me very, very sad. When my Japanese students or non-American students hear about it, they think my American students are just making it up, right? Are just saying, this thing can't be real. Because I think for them in elementary school, like the worst thing that happens is they might get caught running in the hallway, right? There's very low standards of possible bad things. It's one of these places where I think cultural exchange really fails because it sounds like one half is just making up stories. And I say, yeah, this thing is real, but it's really, really sad. Somebody had fallout shelter drills. Yeah, the nukes are coming instead. I definitely missed out on the nuke drills. I'm aware of them, but missed them for sure. I sounded like I was Jar Jar Binks there. I meant to be, was it Dorothy? I think Dorothy or Auntie M or someone in Wizard of Oz. I haven't watched it in a while though. I actually want to put forward a new theory for you all. My new theory is the voice actor of Jar Jar Binks actually is Judy Garland. She's been hiding underground the entire time, and it turns out that she's back to be Jar Jar Binks. The only way to make sense of what's happening on your stream right now. It's plausible. Isn't it Ahmed Best? Is that the fellow's name played Jar Jar Binks? Ahmed Best? Now maybe that person was, or he was, the body actor, but not the voice
Cancel
actor.
agenda available.
Not sure. We have first contact happening. A new life form of Dradim, but maybe it's not a life form after all. Turns out it's mechanical drones doing some industry, doing some mining. Fascinating. Let's continue talking with the robot people. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. Remember the thing where kids that are 5 or 6 are made to go into society on their first errand, tracked by their parents? Oh, are you talking about Old Enough? I'm sure some of you have seen this thing. Hello to Games Workshop stock price. Stock go up. So, yeah, you may have seen this. They have episodes now on Netflix, but this is a Japanese TV show. It started in 1990. It's My First Errand or Hajimete no Otsukai. It is a show in which children 3 to 6 years old, or perhaps as young as 1 or 2 years old, are sent out on an errand in town. And they go entirely on their own to go to the grocery store to pick up some leeks for mommy, or go to the fish market to pick up a few fish for dinner. And it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. As an American, my sense is, what's going on here? And the parents stay back at home. And there are camera crews who follow the kids, but follow in a non-obvious way. So they'll be working as an electrician, pretending to screw something in while holding a box. And that box is actually a camera. And the kids just walk on by. And they're being spied on the whole time, and the kids almost never notice the people. Or they'll say, hello, hello, to the people with cameras, but not knowing they're on TV, just being friendly. And what it emphasizes about Japanese culture is there's this really communal sense. Though Japanese folks in general leave each other alone, if there's a kid just kind of toddling along looking confused, someone will come over and say, hey, how can I help you? Where I think when I've been in the US, I've been so afraid to talk to people's children. Anyway, this is a delightful show. I'm not going to be a streamer who plays you shows to watch. But if you want to feel good about the world, right, if you're interested in believing that there is a place where kids are safe just doing things out in the world, and kids are really resilient and intelligent, even at very young ages. This show, old enough on Netflix, 100% recommended. So good, so fun. And we watched it before we came to Japan and said there's no way that's true. But it is. We see kids as young as 5 or so, like going to elementary school on their own. They'll be in the incredibly crazy, busy Shibuya station, just walking from place to place with their little school bags on. It's weird. It's very weird. For me, at least, though, this highlights how smart kids are. I don't spend a lot of time around children, almost no time at all. And so because of that, I don't have a great sense of how kids develop. I know that very young children, like babies, kind of just sit there and go goo goo gaga. And then at some point, you got 12-year-olds who can engage in substantial conversations. And I just don't know how you change from one to the other. Just not quite sure about that one. But yeah, 5-year-olds apparently can be told, go do this thing, and they'll be able to do so. It is the case, my friend. It is the case now that we have another party attacking the folks that we're attacking. They are called the Pious Phaleran Theocracy, and they're right here. They probably have claims on the same things that I have claims on. So though I'm desperate to take Wenkwart, I think it's the case I should probably give that up. I'd like to finish this war very soon. I'd like to say, okay, we're good, we're done. But to do that, I really need to take over. Is it only one more planet? It's only the one more planet right here if I don't go for Wenkwart. Now, because I've taken this, I don't actually know if the folks over here, oh, they can take it also, right? When the war resolves, whoever has more claims on it get to keep that thing there. One day you're teaching your kids tie shoelaces, next one they're leaving for college. I talked to my dad about that one time, maybe my mother also, but definitely my father, about how strange it is to hold this little thing in your arms who doesn't seem to have much going on other than, crying occasionally and defecating. And then suddenly this thing turns into someone who can reason, someone who can argue back with you. And how odd that is, and how that's why teenage years are so darn hard, because the parent sees the child as still being a child, and the teenager sees himself as being an adult, and it's very hard to work out that kind of dialectic tension. And yeah, I'm glad never to have children, but I am absolutely delighted when you find folks telling about how your kids are growing and what they're up to and so on. Mm-hmm. All right, we got to resolve this war pretty fast to get back to the endless loop of building endlessly. So is it time for us just to invade? I believe this place had 3,000, correct? Is that true? Only 2,000. All right, let's rock and roll then. Let's rock and roll then. How far away is this other fleet here? Oh, it's very far away. It's very far away. All right, we're gonna run forward. We're gonna see how this goes. We're gonna see if these folks come in. So they have enough strength that they'll be able to roll me also. And I want to see what happens here. Do their ships take my starbase over? They don't, or at least not immediately. They're going for the planet instead. I'm absolutely okay with that, as long as it goes slowly enough that I can then take this one and call it a day. Now, if they come in here, we may have a bit of a problem. We may have a slight issue because they have... Uh-oh. All right, well, I need to get out of this war straight away, so I'm going to invade even though we might lose this battle. I don't think they have a general, so this should be useful for us, but it's going to be real close. Real close indeed. You never want a kid, but good for those who do. Yeah, occasionally my students, especially the Japanese ones, will say, we got a problem in Japan, a problem of our population getting real old because the birth rate is way, way down. And so often all the Japanese students will say, someone should fix this. Someone should get to making babies. And I'll say, how about you? You're a person. And they'll say, nope, not me. I got a career. And so it's this delightful moment where there's a recognition that something must be done, but hopefully somebody else does it. It's a very strange thing, right? It's a strange thing to talk about one's biological reproduction as being a social problem, but I don't have a great solution for it other than accepting that the nation will just be a smaller place and not trying to make more and more and more folks. You think that women usually have babies? Yeah, but I think it's definitely the case that all kinds of people can say, I will make an active effort to have children. I'll get into relationships intending to have children, as opposed to on the first date saying, no kids for me ever. I was fairly forthright with all my dating partners that I would not want to have kids. And so some people on the first or second date would say, it's really important to me to have kids. This is a nice relationship, good friendship, but let's not do the dating thing anymore. I think it's important to be open as you go into relationships about what you want and what your goals are. Because while you can compromise on a lot of things, you cannot compromise on having a baby. No half babies allowed, unfortunately. We speak more with the ancient mining drones. Reports of a deep space drone previously encountered have been investigated closer. The drones appear to be workers and custodians of an autonomous orbital mining operation established millennia ago, and then abandoned by everybody except for the lonely, lonely drones. The lonely drones, like it should rhyme. The drones who are alone. Drone alone. I want to see a reshooting of the Home Alone films with robots instead and call it Drone Alone. Perfect. If not outright hostile, the robots' overtures towards us were threatening at least. They may not only be old drones, but they should be kept under close watch by the next steps. We will keep an eye on them. Good to meet you, robot folks. Now, where on earth do we just meet them, I wonder? I got no idea. We'll find it eventually.
On-site invasion.
Alright, the invasion has begun. We might lose this thing. Again, they don't have a general. But how are the numbers comparing? We are losing troops more quickly than they are. Now, with that said, they have a smaller combat width, so we will win this
Council
thing.
agenda ready.
He says very, very hopefully. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, so if I wanted to have more fleets of troops, we're gonna lose this. We're absolutely gonna lose this. Well, military buildup go, cheaper claims. That's pretty good there. Oh man, what's going on? What can I do? I need to just dump more troops in, right? I gotta choose a new agenda, of course. What do we want to do? More happiness for everyone. Sometimes you gotta bomb them. It's true, it's true. I just don't want to give up Lendula. I just don't want to give up Lendula here. And, oh, nice. So, it is the case that the highest theocracy is going through my territory to take things they want up that way. That is fine. Seems like Stellaris ground combat is kind of boring. Should it be updated? I would love that. Now that said, though I've played quite a bit of Paradox games, I've not played that much Stellaris. So there may be some deep subtlety to combat on the ground that I do not understand. Seems to me like circle goes round. Circle goes round and then you lose, which is surely happening here. Ugh. We had more numbers but worse troops overall. It really is a compare the number game, unfortunately. Now, I would have thought with our general there, our General the Butcher, that he'd be able to follow some, finish them off more quickly. Now, with that said, the enemy is at 21 as top damage. We're at 6.45. So, even with the Butcher bonus 15%, it's just not going so well. But we'll bring more troops in soon. That said, we developed technology allowing us to explore rift spears. They're constructed of, or astral rifts, they're constructed of a highly advanced, perfectly smooth nano material. The sphere of which is able to frictionlessly glide through turbulent areas of space and time. This paragraph's my favorite in the entire game. I will read this paragraph every single time it comes up. I love this one. As we're unsure where we'll arrive after going through the astral rift, the rift sphere is connected to a rope. We pull the rope to bring people back inside. I'm sure this is very important space age technology, but it's a rope. It's a rope. They pull the rope. I love it so much. Yeah, Diggle, I know there's racial modifiers. We're not weak, but it's possible the opponents are strong. Where do we see your race? Where do we see what kind of creatures you are exactly? Well, whatever. Friends have been live for another hour so far, 1 hour 30 minutes. Time for us to take a quick little break and do some crossword puzzle. 3 minutes of ads are coming your way. Thanks for a fun time so far. We've been talking about stuff other than just the video game. That's a lovely, lovely time. So thank you for hanging out with me. This is the Monday puzzle, yet unfinished. We'll get back to that because today's a Wednesday. It should be a fairly quick crossword. We'll see. The rift sphere is connected to the rift rope. Oh, is that a song? The rift sphere is connected to the rift rope. That's nice. I like that. The rift rope's connected to our hopes and dreams. Good. All right, beginner-friendly puzzle. Here we go. Newton, who developed calculus. I love the word developed here because it's kind of neutral on the invented question. His name is Isaac. I had a brief moment of, oh God, what's his name? Avoid at social events. Avoid at social events. Is that like to ghost? I'm not quite sure. Beef actress Wong. I believe her name is Ali Wong. I think it's an I. The type of music played at 2001 An Odyssey in Saturday Night Fever. Sorry, 2001 Odyssey in Saturday Night Fever. That shows about disco, probably. Former Yankees slugger Martinez. Baseball. Egg blank soup. Egg drop soup. I actually kind of miss American egg drop soup. It is an egg is dropped into some hot broth. Yum. Archie's wife on All in the Family. Is it Ethel? I think it might be Ethel. I've never seen that show, but it comes to mind. In the thick of is a mid. That's Atomy. A mid. A community organization that's the title of a Village People song. Say it with me, friends. It's the YMCA. A psychological phenomenon that might be triggered by bright lights or loud noises. Anxiety attack comes to mind, but that's way, way too short for that line there. We're the blank of March. The Ides of March, of course. Incidentally, happy Ides of May, everybody. Fries are coleslaws. They are sides. Maybe Edith instead of Ethel there. X blank xylophone. X as in xylophone. Divisions of a play are acts. Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kotb for today. They are hosts. Incidentally, this is a slight spoiler for yesterday's connections puzzle. The connections included a bunch of names, including Savannah and Hoda. And so my wife immediately got stuck on, those are hosts, they've got to be hosts. Savannah was spelled wrong though. I was like, very good, very good. Alright, so sensory overload is the psychological phenomenon. I actually didn't realize it was a real phenomenon, which I mean an official diagnosis or a scientific way of discussing it. I thought it was a generalized term instead. Yeah, I was wrong. Big deal. So, I was gonna say, so what? So, no idea. Maybe sorry, like a very, very sorry, said in a snide tone. Some English nobles, earls, dukes, etc. Earls is more likely. Blank off, departed via airplane. Well, took off, comes to mind right away. Soared off, flew off. Unsure. Oh yeah, Lord of the Guys. When I said it's not a real phenomenon, I didn't actually mean it's not a real phenomenon. I think subjectively it is experienced. But in the same way that one talks about the phenomenon of the Sunday scaries, right? Sunday is unfortunate because you have to go to work the next day. I don't think any psychologist would ever look at someone and say, I diagnosed you with Sunday scaries, right? They instead talk about some kind of broader anxiety diagnosis. And so phenomenally, I think both of these are real enough. I didn't think it was a psychological term of art. Maybe it's not. Who knows? Who knows? Didn't go rogue during a press conference. Stayed on message, I believe. Nice. A phrase said while waving to a TV camera. Hi, Mom. Incidentally, do y'all recall the Tour de France maybe 4 years ago in which some person, some observer, some... I agree with you. Some viewer of the race held up a big old sign that's like "Hi Grandma, Hi Grandpa," and the bicyclist ran into her. Even though it's fun being on the TV, even though it's fun showing Grandma and Grandpa you're there, do not block very fast. I almost said motorcyclists, bicyclists instead. All right, handheld device that can link up to multiple devices. I was gonna say one of those big old remote control things. Not sure. Connection point's a node, surely. To shun someone. It's a universal remote. It is the big old remote thing. Vehicle used for bread delivery. It's an armored car. Bread meaning money, very good. Uh-oh. Armored dark. Cool. With that done, let's pause it there and see what's what. Yeah, the reason I use the word phenomenally ambiguously there is because I got stuck on, I don't want to say that science is the measure of what is real, and I did say that it was. What I mean is, I want to privilege a psychologist because it's socially useful, and then I gave up and got confused. Alright, back to the video game. We can now have our spheres on ropes get pulled on in. All good, all good. If we're going astrally now, we should choose the astral actions, so we can start getting our astral threads, which lets us choose astral events. And we're going to say the word astral 4 or 5 more times, definitely. Somebody leveled up. It's one of our governors governing an agricultural world. Not so good. Scientists doing that, kind of useless. But you'll hang out there for right now. Alright, the invasion continues. Terrible.
Invasion countermeasures.
Invasion of Balkan Voss has failed. Our general has died. That is generally not so good. Who remains down here? Oh God. Wait, really? When you fail an invasion, they get all of their defenders back and you lose all of your offenders. Wait, seriously? Alright, well, I kind of just want to end the war. They'll be able to keep the one territory right here, but that's fine. There's not a megastructure there, so sure. Peace in our time. Hooray! Watch the colors changes.
New augments research. Strap in.
There we go. The circumstances dictate put an end to this war. The next of next steps has better things to do than pursue the conflict indefinitely. Again, that's my choice. If I want to do it forever, how dare you speak for me? You are absolutely correct. We did not have a claim on Bazad. What an absolute mess we've made. What an absolute mess. I didn't take their homeworld. Or maybe I didn't actually capture their homeworld. I'm going to say I didn't capture their homeworld, because if I did capture it, I'm going to be so dismayed with myself. Anyway. Gross. In a few years here, we'll fix this, I swear. For now, though, more technology. We got some missiles. The arc furnace, I've been told, is OP, so I'm going to skip it for right now. Let's get the armored torpedoes. Sure, why not? Alright, so what needs doing now? Number one, we have way too many star bases, which I mean 3 star bases too many. Which one of them are not exactly useful? This one, super useful. Absolutely super useful. In part because there's a hyper relay next door. I'd like that very much to take in the future. But this location will be our front with respect to the pious fallen theocracy, and as of right now, how strong are they? They are equivalent to us in all respects. That said, they're honor-bound warriors who will probably attack our territory soon. So this is number one front. Also, over here we have another group of enemies. These ones are known as the Corvernician regime, they're also a military dictatorship, so 2 militarist folks on these 2 fronts. So this will stay here as well. I'm not concerned about the Zadian Protectorate attacking from here. If they do, we'll deal with it. We have a starbase here as well. I don't know why. Right? Yeah, we don't need this one at all. Let's see what they put on it, and then probably decommission it. It's a bunch of anchorages. While I love the anchorages, I can't do them right now, unless we go to the policies and edict side and push the fortify the border button. That gives us 2 more star bases. As of right now, I'm not going to do that, but let's check and see where the other ones are. So there's one there. There's one at Chiminal also. The one at Chiminal is also a pile of anchorages. Well. So we're going to give up at least one of these 2, presumably. Let's just dump this one. Goodbye, you've served us well. Be seeing ya someday. Now we have 2, so I will go ahead and set up that edict as well. Cool. Because the new Dyson spheres, we may actually not need capacity subsidies. We're only over by about 100 or so though we're getting less unity, we're still getting quite a bit of it, so that'll be fine. Other thing to say, of course, is now that this is the front, we don't necessarily need to maintain this is the front, which we had all nicely set up. It's kind of in the middle now. But one thing to say, of course, is eventually enemies can pop into existence in different places. There is an L gate way back here. This area is supposed to get leveled up to be an L gate defense, and someone talked about that and then didn't really do so much of it. Let's go ahead and work on that a little bit. Do you have any defense platforms? Absolutely not. Work on those. I think I'm going to leave it as is for right now, and then we might change things around later. Is the defensive platform at Stebnar made for defensive purposes, or it's all anchorages? Man, our enemies tried to go hard on just having a bunch of ships. We don't want that. Instead, change to a couple gun batteries. We're out of... Oh, we have to change each different slot. Sorry, I thought we were out of available slots there. But guns and torpedoes. Is this actually our first naval logistics office? I think it might, in fact, be. Anchorages give more naval capacity only at this location, I believe. As they're not going to be anchorages, we get rid of that one and instead throw in the uplink computer for greater defense. If that's there, then Jalora, which is currently defensive setup, has become a place to keep ships instead. So the 4th Fleet will probably live here. Also, kind of confusingly, we haven't had Marauders come in yet. We were told that Marauders would be coming. I'm going to say I'm profoundly disappointed. I'm also disappointed in my minerals. So minerals have gone really quite heavily consumed. I noticed we're at 3 or 4 down for a while, but now it's even worse. So time for a quick trade to set up. We've been capped on food for a very long time. I've wasted money through and through. So we're going to be selling, I don't know, for right now, 10 a month is fine. Whatever price is fine. We're going to sell genuinely 20,000 food. And then I'm just going to buy a big old pile of minerals for now, and we'll fix the mineral problem by the time it runs out again. We're also at so many consumer goods. Might go ahead and make another resource storage location, possibly. Okay, so you're becoming kind of sort of one of my fronts. You're going to be another one. So I'm going to move one of the fleets. This one here is fine. Its home location will now be in Jalora. So change your home to J is for Jalora. Good. But that means it's time for us to send you home. Death of a great leader. Oh my gosh. Our non-Nexian has finally died. The great official Ulastar, who's been ours for genuinely forever, has died. The people clamor for memorial service. We'll see how the Empire falls apart now that we've lost one of our most important characters from a very, very long time ago. I can't even imagine what kind of bonuses he's been giving to us all. We have an open slot, though, for a new leader, a person who's a fine official there. So, what kind of official would we like? None of these are all that inspiring. I'll choose the youngest one for now, and we'll figure out what we're going to do with him in a little bit. Probably be a governor, we'll see. He gets to level up, though, of course, as a new character. I'm actually not going to level him up until I see what I'm doing with him. He'll stay there for right now. Alright, construction job here can now head around and pick up the astral threads. We can't get the astral threads until astral harvesting is done. I believe we're currently doing that. Golly gosh, we are. That's right. Golly gosh, we talk that way. Jim Leahy, thank you for the resubscription, my friend. Jim Leahy says, yup. I say, yup. Thank you for the continuing support. How's it going? Yup. The best messages are the messages like that. There's no joke going on. There's no high resorty, good to see you. It's just, yup. Thank you for that, friend. Thank you. Good. We need to build up our military once again, because our military's hot trash. And so we need a bunch of you. These are up to 735. That's not so good, but okay. Hey, thank you. Have a great day also, Jim. Thanks for being with us as always. Okay. So, I think we may end up getting rid of one of our star bases somewhere. Why are you here? You're just anchorages and food. No, I'm going to leave them as they are, because I think everything in my old territory is perfectly balanced as all things should be. Also, I forgot. Oh no, it's time for this again. So we have a new species here, the Hullifer fungi. They're so adorable. They're very bad at growing during wars. They're also very unruly. Oh no. Oh, here we go again on our own. Why can't we just be nice? Why can we just not be nice people? The Bizzotti have been set in that way before. Alright, goodbye Bizzotti. I didn't realize we were going to be fanatic purifiers after all, but turns out we're fanatic purifiers after all. How's the 4th fleet looking? I think I started building a 4th fleet a bit ago. No, I did not. I talked a good game about doing so, and I got distracted by something else, as usual. So, let's just build one ship that's the start of the 4th fleet, and then we'll build it on that ship after a bit. Espionage continues. This is us trying to steal technology from some people who are equivalent to us. Potential targets seem to have the kind of research clearance we need. They're suitably impressed by how we've lied to them. Good job. The lead is our best one for now. We continue trying to steal as we go. I don't have a mining planet at all, and maybe the new world could be that. So we took only one planet in... Is that true? Is that really true? In that giant war, we took a ton of territory, but really only one planet. Huh, amazing. We're supposed to take up to 3 of them, and then the armies are too strong. So, Imar Stain is the new location. It has no bonuses again. Man, how many of these plants we've taken with no bonuses at all so far? I think we have one planet that is the husk of a dead god flying overhead, giving a bonus to society research. I'm still not quite sure what it would be to have a dead god overhead. So if I were looking for a mining world, this is definitely not the thing. What's this planet probably best for? I guess industry, maybe? I guess we're going industry and power, which means research is going to be removed at some point. You have a commercial zone. You have no autochthony. Let me change to that. You also have no gene clinic. We'll change that. And you have a bunch of open jobs because everybody died in the invasion. Well, back to that soon. I shouldn't talk so glibly or even flippantly about all these deaths. It feels pretty terrible, honestly. I should be a better human being. Alright, this group goes back home. This group, home is on the far east side of the, no it's not, it's Jalora. So where's the group that lives over here then? Which fleet's that? Alright, y'all go home again. Home is where the circle is. That's Paradox, it's true. Recently, a friend of the channel, Elcidal, sent me a super interesting series of articles written by a grad student, or post-grad rather, over at University of Central Florida, all about how Paradox games cause people to think about history differently in not exactly friendly ways. And I'll read it at some point, but I think it's going to be that, yes, if you want to learn about the way in which history functions, probably Paradox games are not a particularly liberatory way of doing so. Which seems true. Alright, new officials going on the council as Minister of State. So we want something that gives us a bonus to council stuff. More food, more pop growth. I really need minerals right now, so we're doing mining rush as your next trait for now. And then yes, you do go there. Good. No rush on reading, enjoy summer break. I want to read them though. That would be good. You have learned world geography, it's true. I can now go through most of the counties of England. I could have never done that otherwise, so perhaps that's a benefit. But definitely the endless blobbing and destroying all those that stand in your path and not really having interesting diplomacy except for, hey, do you want to join my empire? Or hey, you want me to fight other people with you? And that presents a certain perspective on history that is definitely limiting, and I think, again, leads people to think in ways about history that are not necessarily all that helpful. So, that's how it goes. I shouldn't laugh when I say that, but I laugh anyway. Okay, so this new planet is being cleaned out of certain kind of folks. Population here does include the Nex, so we'll be okay. We then have a place called Imar Stain with criminality occurring. Right. You have no police station. Let's remedy that one straight away. Quick remedying. All good. Hey, Jamor, how's it going? Good seeing you as always. Police station. Keys for precinct. I think I often end up making my precinct houses reactively instead of proactively. I should probably change it as a player. I suspect. Okay, you're cranky that you don't have any high-level jobs. Please downrank other robots. We should stop making robots, shouldn't we? I don't know. We're cyborgs, not robot people. And so there is a robot assembly plant here that's probably doing nothing of worth. This plant's all tech all the time. The robot facility is made by somebody else. So we'll replace that with just more research. For sure. Astral actions! We've now unlocked the secrets behind gathering and containing volatile threads of astral material. This rare resource can be used in various ways, most notably by clicking a button that speeds up research, I think. Also, we're over-consuming motes right now, so that's no good. Are we having any edicts on from motes, or are motes used in research maybe? Let's check and see here. Let's see. Research buildings leveled up. That's not... It says research here. Wait. You are research, yes. You, on the upgrade, use gas. We have bonus gas coming in. Let's go ahead and upgrade a couple more of those. Yeah, 10 extra. Lots of upgrades are possible. We don't have the edict on that's using... motes, correct? We don't. If we build more of those rare resource creating buildings, I don't know what they're called, that would help. That's that they consume even more minerals. So, am I buying minerals right now each month? No, I just bought a giant pile of them and called that good to go. So for now, we're even buying one mote. For now, let's go ahead and buy 3 motes instead. And we have to work on minerals and such on the new territories probably. Having 2 research planets, while delightful, is probably not producing all the materials we need. We'll see though. Alright, Energy Nexus looking pretty good. All these nice upgrades, even more power for sure. Years and years ago, I had a chatterer who said, Resorty, it's obvious when you look over at chat and decide not to read my message. I don't know how other streamers do it in less obviously offensive ways. I'm so sorry though. If I look at chat and then look back with saying nothing, I swear I still like you. I just don't think it's exactly helpful for what I'm talking about right now. So I think some streamers have smaller game monitors or they don't look centrally at them. But yeah, my apologies. You all make great contributions. You're beautiful people. It's just, I don't want to read everything aloud. Long messages are super interesting. It's a lot sometimes. Jim Moore, thank you for the resubscription. The tokamak, there we go, reactor in France recently obtained nuclear fusion with this element as interior lining, replacing the carbon one for 6 minutes. It's also a common material for men's rings with a hardness up to 9. Alright, so what is the element lining the tokamak reactor in France instead of carbon? Men's rings. That's the part I might be able to get. I want to say titanium. I'm probably wrong, but I'll say, what is titanium? Our monthly Jim Moore Jeopardy. We'll see how we did this time. We'll see. You feel like we have lots of streamers that we look at chat and then ignore chat? I know. Like, one comment I've received about Twitch many times is if you're not on Twitch to chat with people, why are you on Twitch? And it's true. I do want to chat with people. I just don't want to. I just don't want to talk about everything all at once. I'm so sorry. If only chat were moving faster, so I could say, "Oh, I missed your message." Very sorry. I know that a friend of the channel, Dolphin Chemist, has gotten called out this way before also, and now he doesn't use a webcam. I wonder if this is part of it. If you're not using a webcam, no one knows where you're looking. That's how it goes. It's rough. You at least understand I can't or don't want to look at every message. I mean, I think most people do. I just feel like a jerk when I think about it. When I think about it, the one time that viewer said, Resorty, it's so obvious, I'm like, oh, that's how it goes. It's true. Oh, goodness. All right. Any other guesses for Jim Moore's question of the month on what kind of element is being used to cover reactors in France? I honestly don't know what men use as wedding rings. Yeah, I'm not sure at all. Hey, Jerry Foder. Here are 2 things. Jerry Foder, thank you for the resubscription. I considered ignoring you, etc., but thank you for your kindness. Thank you for your kindness indeed. That's very good. Jerry Foder, you're great. Is it lead? So I don't think it was lead. I want to say that men's rings are not made of lead because of what's known as lead poisoning, but I don't know. I don't know this one. What is it? Is it tungsten? Is it tungsten possibly? Not sure. Alright, so we have 2 new buttons to push. Number 1 is Physics Insight. If you have 250 of the special threads, which I don't quite know how threads work. I assume that they're sewing things together to make physics. You can click that button. Or we have Astral Splitting. We can create more astral rifts to explore more astral rifts. And wouldn't it be great to have some astral rifts? Now, I think it's the case that we know of 1 astral rift already. Is that true? Hello. We do know of 1 somewhere. Where's that? Over here in Trimus. Alright, so that is in our territory. Now, number one scientist is scanning. He's going to Stebnar. Okay, he is heading to the Astral Rift, so he's getting that one done. Now, with that said, he also has found for us a whole bundle. What are they called? Situation log. He's found a bundle of anomalies. He's not checked out yet. So I actually don't know the order of things for scientists on Autoscan. I believe it might be do archaeology and astral searching first, then just go scanning for fun, then go do anomalies. I would far prefer it if it were do anomalies because you're sitting right there, then do archaeology and such, and then keep scanning. I do wonder why they're prioritizing the way they are, though. Seems strange to me. We're currently overspending less than one moat a month, so we're going to make the market give me one more for now, and we'll fix that part of the economy eventually. And otherwise, I tell you, hey, one of my fine commanders leveled up. He's an admiral all the way for sure. Have I played the Norland demo? Jamor asks. Yeah, I played the Norland demo back when the first demo came out. I know there's a demo currently available. Does anyone know, is it the exact same demo as from Next Fest? Or is it an updated demo? I couldn't find any information on that one. But yeah, Norland's out in July. We're definitely playing it then. The two games on the horizon that are new I tend to play, Norland in July, and then the Victoria 3 DLC in mid-June, I believe. Those are the two summer games I got so far. That said, it has to be hot video game summer, so we need to figure out other games that are worth playing. I'll need you all to put your feelers out there and figure out what games would be best. That's what we surely need. But very excited to play some Norland. It's the game I've been most excited about for probably more than a year, honestly. Very excited. The flagella are now ours. We're able to have little space squid parts push us through space. That's not weird at all. Efficient bureaucracy, more edict fund because we are overspending there. And then we got war games. We can have more commanders, and commanders can have more fleets, and I should really build up my fleet cap. We have so many alloys. All right, with that so many alloys, I should use my megastructures. They're over here. All of our megastructures are already upgraded to level 2. To upgrade to level 3, we have to have 5,000 extra unity. As of right now, let's not do that. So we're looking for places that have at least 4 power, like Acrux here, and seeing what exactly is on their sun. Now, with that said, there's somewhere, what was it? Yeah, in Chiminal, the megastructure is giving 94 physics research. I don't know what the base this would be. Oh, it's fully upgraded. It's plus 3,000. So I've only had level 2 spheres so far. These have level 3 swarms rather. And so that's a crazy amount of power or physics research. I love that so much. Jalora here has 6, and they're all on the sun. Praise the sun for that. So construction ship, when you're done with building the Astral Collector, I'm actually just going to watch this happen, because I don't want to forget about building that amazing megastructure with even more power. Oh boy, the Chlorophysarians are claiming my systems. All right. I'll come right back to you, I swear. Don't forget. The Chlorophysarians are these red ones here and these here. I need to strengthen up Stebinar. They have claims on Stebinar, Jalora, and Ashamax. We can't lose those. So, you need more defense. Endless defense. Okay, and then we have a fleet of 8,000 sitting here. We know that our fleets, we know that our fleets can now go up to 80 size. We should do exactly that. Also, does Jalora have a starbase for upgrades and such? A shipyard and such? It does have a shipyard. Has 2 other open spots. That said, someone just spent down all of the alloys. So to the market again to buy a collection of alloys, definitely. We'll hit this button right here 2 times, and we'll sell off what? I have a large collection. I have a bunch of rare crystals. We need to figure out what building consumes those and build some of those. Sell 5,000 rare crystals. Not so rare anymore, are they? And then a couple more of those. Okay. We're pulling in 176 power a month right now. Definitely not the highest we've ever had it, but looking pretty darn good. So we now have the alloy we need to build that new mega structure. The first satellite! The friends at Polbon Kurt 2 have made a satellite experience into the stars. So it seems like each of the pre-FTL folks you meet have the exact same path to get to the stars. It's become an atomic age society, don't blow yourselves up somehow, satellite, ship to the stars. I wouldn't mind that so much, except I wish they had slightly different narratives. If they would just talk about, like, the government willingly gave their science budget as people's imagination were filled with wonder of the heavens above. Or, only grudgingly did these people find their way into upper atmosphere. It was primarily led by a coalition of business people who would tend to mine the heavens. Like, different stories like that would be, as a player, so much more interesting. Because with our observation satellites, you can easily imagine that we have such detailed knowledge of what's happening down there. We listen to their version of CNN, we watch their elections, and so we wouldn't understand how they got to the stars. In conclusion, Paradox, please hire me as a writer. I've got good ideas. I actually do wonder how they find writers for these things. I think occasionally I have seen advertisements up for people who will write content in these games, and I have no real background in that kind of thing, but like a lot of people out there, I believe I could do people's jobs better than they themselves could do them. That's no good. That's no good at all. It's true, but it's no good. Man, that's the important part, that I know that's no good. It's time for a vote! Should we form the Galactic Council, establishing a council of 3 members? They can engage in emergency measures, sanction resolutions, and denouncement. I don't think I've seen this previously. That said, it's big old meanies who are trying to get involved there. I am going to vote... As usual, if they're going to be permanent veto members and I get to be one of them, I'm all about it. If I don't, well then. I'm going to wait for a moment and see which way the wind blows on this one. We'll come back to that in a little bit. Okay. These folks are still making claims against me in the same area, so no big concerns past that. We have a bunch of ships. We are confused about where our ships are going. So we're going to take this new small fleet. It needs a governor, incidentally. Good. We're going to move it forward to Jalora as well. Okay. We have a crew quarter there, correct? We must. We do, thank goodness. Shipyard, I think? At the new next stockholder meeting for Paradox investors, I should tell the CEO I could do a better job writing than our current staff. No, I'm pro Paradox all the way. I just occasionally, I've played the games enough that I have opinions. And that's the problem, right? There's one thing if you're an investor in a corporation and you just think like, oh, please make the stock price go up. It's another thing when people like this guy right here say, I intimately know your product, let me tell you what's wrong with it. I swear I'm not a person like that. I swear. Uh-oh, we need to have what? Oh no! We can't sustain more than 3 Dyson Storms at a time. But I have 4 of them. Am I a big old cheater? I may in fact be a big old cheater. Huh. Now, I think I actually have more than 4. Because, yeah, I definitely conquered 1. I wonder if some of them were destroyed or deactivated. Because this one at Tavender is not showing up. So, no, it is the case it is the case that this one is being deactivated, even though it's beautiful. So I bet there's technology eventually so we can get more mega structures, but it's not there yet. It'd be fun to see me waltz into Paris headquarters and tell them how to do things. So I'm being obviously facetious on that. I'm not that kind of person in general. That said, I know that occasionally games development studios, including Paradox, do talk to either people who play their games a bundle or influencers who are able to speak to what the community might want. And so if I keep doing this thing and I keep my nose clean, then maybe someday they'll say, okay, Resorty, what do you think we should do? And then I'll say, actually, what I think is, and that'll be fun. But for right now, I've not been invited such. That's okay. That's okay. Need more physics research. We just finished the Energy Nexus upgrade. More energy, more good. Let's go ahead and hit what next then. I want to learn about these new numbers. They're not the irrational numbers, they're the crazy numbers. Something like that. Again, we're out of minerals. We're really eating them pretty quickly, so that must be rectified fairly soon. I wish I had a mineral planet so badly. As I said previously, one of these worlds, none of my frontier worlds have much in the way of minerals at all, actually. We have a new agro world. We could also put the food creators on our space bases, star bases. So this agro world, nope, so few minerals. The tech world here has mineral slots also. Population is good to go. There are already so many jobs, and it costs minerals to make minerals. So I think we're gonna go with one of those there, and then move population off my capital. Help with that. So we'll see. Strat, you asked me to work on something you work on. That's fine. I'm happy to answer questions from many game developers. Last year sometime, maybe earlier this year, we had a single dev game we played on stream, and it was definitely a little raw. Definitely needed some time in the oven. But it was really fun after playing the game to talk with the dev, and he was like seriously interested in like, what as a player did I enjoy? What as a player did I think were not good? What games do I prefer to this game? What do I like about this game more than other games? It was cool thinking through this with someone who seemed to really care what I had to say, and also obviously cared about the thing he was making very, very much. He'd spent quite a bit of time already, and yeah, it's kind of like when I edit student papers. As long as the student has done a good job of like taking the time to write something and not just throwing garbage at me, I love reading them. I love talking through ideas with people. So it's a real privilege to be in a position where I'm able to have companies listen to my feedback at times. Yeah, it's crazy actually. I need to go to the market once more. The continuing checking in on the market I do not like very much. I want to set it up more or less automatically. So we're going to sell another 10 food. And then we get into buy. Whoops, didn't upgrade that. Sell 20. Buy minerals. I can't afford the 45, I'm fairly sure. So let's do 20 for now and see what happens. We have 144 coming in. We can definitely afford to heal this thing. So we'll buy 50 a month right now as we continue working on repairing it. Cool. Everything is healed. Hooray, hooray. So now we have minerals. We can take one of these worlds. Which one was it? Let's just go here and go and build a few of these. Okay, and then we have so many open jobs. My capital has no open jobs, and one person waiting to find a job. So you're getting resettled to new? Is that correct? Yes, to new. Just resettle. Oh, you can go the other direction, can't you? You can go to new world, resettle, and then select who you want. From the next exactly. So this fancy fellow with no job moves over. And then we move a soldier over as well. And some augmenters. These are all specialists. Hopefully they'll step down to the kind of jobs I need. That'll be good. We got a message. The Clorvan Syrians are big old cranky. We need to continue militarizing that as we can. We have a bunch more alloy. I wanted to use that alloy to build a megastructure, but I'm not allowed to have any more right now. So I can either build up my fleet or build the defenses, as this is the only way for these people to get through, I believe. Continue to build defenses is the better call, IMO. So we upgrade to the Star Fortress. Wasn't there some movie back in the 80s or 90s about Starfighter? Wasn't it one of these like nerd fantasy movies in which some kid was really good at a video game at the arcade, and it turned out it was actually a testing center for for some space army? The Last Starfighter, thank you. I've never actually seen that movie, but I do remember reading about it and thinking it's absolutely delightful. Very similar to that one, it's called The Wizard, is that right? In which this kid played by that one guy from that one show, Good, gets the Power Glove. Like the whole thing's an advertisement for the Nintendo Power Glove, which I never had, but I wanted so badly. Can you imagine having this fist thing? What's that one actor, Fred something? good old Fred what's his bucket from that show about what would you do if I sang out of tune? That one? Fred Savage, thank you. I'm very grateful that you can be with me and be my collective memory. That's pretty good. More defense platforms. The Wonder Years. Hey, the Wonder Years. I had such a crush on, was it her name Whitney? I think Whitney maybe. Anyway, we've gone into our first rift. What's going on there? Outside the sphere, there's nothing but white. It's a snowstorm. Oh, but wait. Initial readings indicate that an equal amount of every color on the spectrum is bombarding us from every direction all at once. It's a little bit overwhelming. We have no way to determine our bearings. The altimeters, the depth gauges, the compasses are completely inoperable or clearly in error. Visually, there's absolutely no deviation from empty whiteness surrounding us. It's like the Matrix. Perhaps we travel far enough we can escape from disruptions. Alternatively, we could send out a drone. So propulsion online makes this an easy event. Release the drone and becomes a normal difficulty events. So I believe it's the case that you can fail these. And I don't know if you have character traits that lead to the higher success rate or higher failure chance, but I like it hard. Let's send the drone out there. Maybe we'll get bigger rewards for choosing a more difficult path forward. Okay. Believe the economy is being healed more and more. Pulling in 4 money a month. 4 middles a month. Pretty good, pretty good. Rotatoy de Kibi. Our emissary is leveled up. Finally, we have a use for, where is it? Delegate. Delegate is the one trait used, I believe, only on the diplomat going to the galactic community. Congratulations, our first delegate in the playthrough. Woo! Woo! Winnie Cooper was the gal from Wonder Years. I'll also admit a slight crush on Topanga from Boy Meets World, the best part of my Friday evenings on ABC, TGIF indeed. Oh, these poor robots. So are robots not allowed to go to work? Is that the case in our society? Let's see. On the quote-unquote species, here are robots. They're engaged in servitude. That means they are allowed to do certain kinds of work. I think it's only low-tier work, though. So maybe they need just more working in the field jobs for them. I need techs for mechs to do jobs. Oh, cool, cool, cool. Maybe my mechs can't do anything. That said, I need more people in the mining districts. I need y'all to keep labor in there. Yeah, the open jobs currently are... Well, there are clerk and miner jobs open, so maybe the robots just can't do anything. They just stand there saying, what is my purpose? It is to pass the butter. Crime is still running rampant on Imar Stain. We do have a police force there. We do indeed a police force. That said, we have a bunch of upgrading needed, and I fortunately can't afford it right now. That said, minerals are going up still. But I can't run anything right now except for the military. So Jalora, nope. Stebnar rather needs even more military setting. 13,000, pretty good. I want to see what our... oh, actually reached max building here. As they're all built up, we will be at 20 already. Good. You are becoming a star fortress also. All we can do for now. Incidentally, the Byzantium Protectorate was given association status with a Mutual Assistance Accord, something an insurance scheme. Show me this federation. A federation has come into being. That is in context, I believe. Here we go. So the manufacturing capitalists have begun taking care of Democratic Crusaders and, most recently, the Byzantine hegemonic imperialists. What a strange group they are. My real question, though, is the people who are threatening right now, the Q people. Okay. So they have inferior strength. The other Q people are equivalent to us. We're doing really well, aren't we? I actually didn't realize how far ahead we were of so many other empires. I'm kind of wondering, should I start playing this game on harder difficulty? I've always played Paradox in its default difficulty, but I feel like I might have things relatively well solved. Now, it might still all fall apart. I shouldn't be saying words that sound confident, but we'll see, Okay. We can do drugs, we can do psionic theory, we can do naval capacity from soldier jobs. I don't really need naval capacity, but more. Those of you who have played this game on other difficulties, how big is the jump in difficulty? There are some streamers I watch occasionally who play on like the Grand Admiral difficulty, up there with a Thrawn, and they play so efficiently, but I don't know if they have to. Like, I don't know if they're just playing the game perfectly because they know how to do so, or if you want to survive at the top difficulty, do you have to do things just right all the way through? Namely, build your ships differently. That's the real thing I gotta learn. Armored torpedoes online. Let's the railguns go in now. And we can go ahead and say more espionage. Our spy master assures that we've breached a high security branch facility of research. I bet we're gonna get some garbage research we just don't care about. Almost certainly. That said, we've managed to breach the breach. Good old breach the breach. We got in there with trust and friendship. We used electronic blinds and bluffs and learned the research database enough to make one move. That'll do, pig. That'll do. We learned about ground defense planning. That feels profoundly disappointing. Oda used to play Grand Admiral, and then it knocked out a captain. No joke concurrent patch. I might want to try just up one difficulty. Can I see difficulty settings here? Maybe it's only when the game starts that you can do that. What's the default difficulty called? Is that Captain, or is Captain 1 up? Unsure. Someone leveled up. It is a commander in a fleet. Let's go ahead and have additional explosive weapon fire range. Are we even using explosive difficulty, or as explosive weapons? No idea. Ensign is default. Oh, I'm merely a little ensign. What comes after that? Can I be a lieutenant next? Maybe I should try that. Yeah, next time we play Paradox. Please remind me I want to go up one difficulty at least. That would be pretty swell. The New Mystic Order is offering us goods. They're willing to give me priceless crystals for some of my pop. 200 rare crystals for one person. I have so many rare crystals, we're good, thank you. But then, the Holfirian Enlightened Kingdom have taken offense at one of my officials. Possible or rare breach in diplomacy, the work of somebody else. Tricking me. That's okay, we don't really care about reputation with anybody right now. It's nice to be the big boy. Industrial world, we're gonna need additional industrial buildings. Gonna need more minerals,
New
so we're
augments research.
buying
Strap in.
just enough right now. Yeah, I need another planet. These planets here, this Arctic world is a possibility of a whole bunch of minerals. This one fewer. Is it time to deconsecrate a planet? Are there any new planets in the area I took over before? Definitely not. Are there any terraformable ones, though? There's one terraformable place if we learn about climate restoration. So, I think, unfortunately, we need to deconsecrate a world and say, isn't it great to worship things? Isn't it greater to rip it apart for minerals? I'm so sorry. Goodbye consecration. Goodbye unity. Goodbye horses. We got a quarter of an envoy more and faster research speed by discovering new kinds of numeracy. Neat, neat, neat. Let's go ahead and choose ourselves more specialist pop, make more resources. It'll be a bit of research, not too much there. Okay. So, you are the planet I want to colonize. We can do that right now. They are not particularly happy there. All pop will suffer an increase in upkeep and resource usage. What do we call this place? No longer holy. Very good, very good, very good. To remember what it once was, how good is that? Unfortunate, unfortunate, unfortunate. Okay. I very much appreciate how the people we took over had done a pretty good job of securing their borders. Like, it's not perfect. And particularly the border here, which, well, not there, sorry. The border where I'm lost, I'm absolutely lost. Lengula here is entirely shipyards. It probably needs to be actually militarized instead. So let's go ahead and replace these shipyards with proper weapons
Time for some new
instead.
chrome.
That's an anchorage, whoops. Gun battery, torpedo, gun battery, no crew quarters, yes, defense grid, yes, uplink, good. A new drug has been introduced on Imar Stain, so we still have a bunch of criminality happening in Imar Stain. 4 people just died of drug overdoses. Criminality is down to, it says no crime. Maybe the druggies killed themselves, not to be overly glib, but it says no crime, despite being 20%. I have the confusion. I need to get myself 88 more minerals, and then I can upgrade the police there, and that will surely be no crime at all. So, buy ye a pile of minerals. And that was something stain. Good. Up goes police. Great. How many modes do I have? 4 more a month. God. Imar Stain is making motes out of minerals. We do not need that. Absolutely not needed. We can save minerals that way. So, this is a very strange world. This is a very, very strange world. I'm going to build the ancient refinery. Remember the part where I said we, No, I'm actually not going to do that. That'll just burn my minerals right away. We don't want that. Instead, I got no idea. I mean, mineral purification, while cool and all, works on planets where you have more minerals set up. So, I'm just going to just... Autochthony, yes. Gene Clinic, no. Build Gene Clinic. Gene Clinic, yes. I can't find it. I swear it's here, though. There, that's Research Lab. Hey, there it is. It doesn't exist already. I don't know. More farms, more good? Sure, more farms, more good. Research finished. Bigger naval capacity right away. We're at half our capacity now. It's absurd. I gotta fix that. Let's hit the fleet command button. We can then finish supremacy. More damage versus star bases. And also unlocks the war doctrine policy. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Alright, what we got? Is it time for cosmogenesis? or Eternal Vigilance, more star-based damage, pure defense, clap, clap, clap. You think my playstyle enables tall play as good as the game goes on? Yeah, Harshani, I tend not to expand pretty aggressively. Like, I think in almost every playthrough Stellaris I've ever played, I take my natural borders and say, this is good enough. Ho-hum, I'll stay here. I'm not ambitious. Who needs anything more? This is fine. Stay where you started. So I think I do lean in the direction of relatively tall play as opposed to wide play in this game. Where in CK3 I tend to go pretty wide pretty fast. Yeah, if we're going to play it that way, it is time for us to... Is there anyone here that gives me more megastructures? I need more megastructures. Not seeing any, so let's go ahead and do Eternal Vigilance for even more defensive platforms. Good, good, good. All right, Lengila, you're being changed out correctly. Correct, brother? Yes, you are. Good. Cool. Friends, it has been another hour of playtime. It's now 2 hours and 30 minutes down. We're having a good stream today. The hours are flying by as usual. Time for a quick little ad break. Time for 3 minutes of crossword. We'll see how much farther we can get. Thank you for being here. Having a lot of fun. Absolutely. Alternatives suggested by Waze during a highway backup, perhaps. I want to say local routes, possibly local roads, though. We'll see. Like a Rolling Stones singer Bob. I don't know. Bob Dylas? Bob Dylal? Not sure. Actress McClanahan of the Golden Girls. Is it Rue? R-U-E? I think it's something like that. It's about that. Landlord's income is rent. Rank from Mace Windu or Obi-Wan Kenobi. Jedi Master. Not a lot on the council, though. Blank off. Departed via airplane. It's me jetted off. Avengers actor Jeremy, I think it's Renner, though not certain. Largest state in the U.S. prior to Alaska's admission in 1959. Surely Tejas. First occurrence of symptoms or onsets. Point of an email address. It's the dot, like .edu or .com. A skunk's emanation is an odor. Moves stealthily is to sneak. Fruit in a purple smoothie is acai berry. Clever humor is one's wit. The resident actor Malcolm Blank Warner. I think it's Malcolm Jamal Warner. And I have no idea where I know that name from. Letter on transcript is a good grade letter. 60 seconds is golly gosh a minute. High school gym seating maybe. High school gym seating. Oh, you sit in the risers, sure. The B of BLT. Wednesdays are easy for sure. Lavender or ocean breeze, for example, for an air freshener. Scent rather than smell, I think. Cocktail typically garnished with coffee beans. I have no idea. Oh, is Malcolm Jamal Warner on The Cosby Show? I was thinking The Cosby Show or A Different World, I think it's called. Not sure. Agenda bullet point. That's an item. That's an ETA. Blank Alto. Bay Area City. That's Palo Alto. Oh yeah? Challenge accepted. I will, possibly. I'm not sure. Understands the joke. That's to get the idea. Showbo's Award sweep achieved by Elton John in 2024. The EGOT, the Emmy, the Grammy, the Oscar, and Tony. A synthetic fabric in some umbrellas and backpacks. Is it rayon? I'm not sure it's rayon. We'll see, though. Ambulance destinations for short, the ERs. The Way We Blank, a Redford Streisand film of 73, The Way We Were. Secluded Valleys, maybe called Glens, but I'm not sure on that one. Alright, not your typical furry friends. Exotic pets. The Winter Solstice month in Australia. It's June. Ultra skimpy underwear, the G string. Social standards are norms. Blank pickle, properly stuck in a pickle. Tan shade is beige. 44 down for one. Beige is a color. Eject as lava is to spew. Bye for now in text. Talk to you later. So rayon might be incorrect. Espresso Mai Tai? Is that true? I spelled G-string wrong. Thank you. Thanks for catching that. Espresso Martini, I guess. A TTYL. Caribbean's cruise stop say is an isle. Palindromic time of day is noon. Lodgings on leaf peeping excursions, maybe. Those are inns. It was nylon, not rayon. Whoops. Anyway, good Wednesday. A+, yes. Clap, clap, clap. Cool. I liked Sensory Overload, simply because it led to an interesting conversation about phenomenality versus reality. That was fun. I liked Malcolm Jamal Warner, because I gotta think about the Cosby Show back when I enjoyed that kind of thing. Espresso Martini sounds disgusting, but I'm sure it's pretty good. And Universal Remote was nice. I'm not sure how common these are anymore, but definitely they're all the rage in my grandparents' house. Alright, Wednesday done. We have this week's Monday puzzle to get back to after this next ad break, or in an hour or so. I think we'll finish that one today. Feeling pretty good about the whole crossword thing. So, with that said, what were we doing? I think we were militarizing. We've been insulted a few times. Things are happening inside the astral pit. No, they're not. We have 250 current points, so we can spend those to speed up physics research, or if we wait a little while longer, we can go ahead and make a new astral hole for ourselves. I think we only have the one here. No, we have at least two. So 1, 2. I think 2. So with that, I don't need an extra one right now, so I will do physics research. Faster blue research, it's great. Okay, one of my research planets recently became a mining planet. It's this one right here. We'll be opening up more slots in a moment here. Are they mining slots? That is, yeah, we have 3 possible mining here. So, nope. Unfortunately, the massive crevice remaining is for various kinds of mines and such, which could be good. We could get rid of power districts now because we do have more than enough power coming in. So we'll go ahead and replace these with just more mining. We'll need more minerals. I also kind of sort of want to get rid of a holo theater here. We have 28 amenities, of which 20 are coming from this holo theater. By the time population fills up here, these 20 people coming in, we're probably going to need our house. I think that there is a technology I've skipped repeatedly that gives one more city district to every non-constructed planet. That could be cool. I also do want the mineral building here, though. So I think once we have a new city district, we'll then make this into the mineral thing. Right now, though, we do have a few things happening. Number 1, a resolution is passed. This was the resolution on having the Galactic Council here. So, can I see the vote that happened? I know that I ultimately abstained. I was thinking about deciding where to vote based on where the winds blew, and then I forgot that unfortunately that it was voting's happening. So next up is who will be the leaders of the council. Hey, I might be on the council. Our diplomatic weight is higher than I thought it would be. Where do I see that? Okay, over here I can see who is strongest. So we're 900 points ahead of the people behind us. If I just build up my fleet a little bit, we will guarantee to run the council. Now, I've never run the council before. I have no idea what it does, but at least we have one person here to hold back the corporate schemers or the fire tribes and such. Hey, Grubzilla, how's it going? So I didn't really want to build the military quite yet, but time to do some more. So this is the fleet that is closest to the front lines of the incoming war. So we'll go ahead and reinforce and then build more. Got destroyers, got some cruisers. Yeah, let's hit a few more cruisers here. And fill up that way and then build. Try to become Galactic Emperor. So I'm trying very hard to do the new crisis. I haven't seen it yet, not quite sure what it is. But if there actually is a Galactic Emperor, then sure, why not? May as well be me. What's happening in the entirely white astral rift? We launched a probe. To gain a different perspective on the situation, we prepared and released a drone to scout the surrounding areas. After orbiting our vessel in concentric circles, we discovered a curved, blacked wall not too far from the location. The readings are puzzling, however, as the height of the wall always returns equal to the exact altitude of the drone. Observing this phenomena has furthered our understanding of non-standard spatial dimensions. I always wonder with this kind of event if there's some actual theory of physics in the background, or if it's just pretend. Either way, really cool, but fascinating enough. We get a bunch of physics research, and we continue hunting deeper, deeper, deeper.
New augments
Galactic
research.
Imperium is a different system. You can declare the Galactic Imperium if you get yourself elected as Galactic Custodian. Now, we're probably not going to do that, but I'll see how great we can become anyway. Mineral purification, that's what I really need. Absolutely. And if I had another megastructure slot... Actually, wait. Maybe I can only have Dyson swarms, but I can get other megastructures. Because it didn't say you can only have 4 megastructures, it said you can only have 4 Dyson swarms. So maybe I should build some megastructure that will help with mining. I don't really know how those work. As usual. Hey, we're full on artifacts again. Sell the collectors, religion, superiority, L-gate. That's all the buttons, good to go. You can have 3 each of swarms and furnaces. Okay, I need furnaces then for sure. L-gate insight. The situation are done automatically. Oh, got drone study. Task a science department with collecting and coding data on the ancient mining drones. Sure. Let's get to that. The Galactic community chose a new council. They picked me. We're fairly close to second place, but they picked me. The members of the Galactic community have voted to establish a council. Membership in this august body will be limited to representatives from the 3 most powerful and influential empires in the community. Until a new council elected, we're important and nobody else is. The members of the council will lead and safeguard the Galactic community. Their increased powers allow them to cut through some red tape that often inhibits the decision-making process in large political institutions. Now we can get things done. Alright, I have been trying to get Comfort the Fallen voted on since the very first moment, of the Galactic community. If I push the emergency measure resolution when it happens, click to declare an emergency measure and move it to the Senate floor. Well, there you go. You must vote on Comforting the Fallen. No, everyone's against it. Oh, you monsters. Why can't we be halfway decent people, making the world more spiritualistic? Oh, that's too bad. Well, at least we had our day in court. I could try to get some favors maybe, but I shouldn't have done that. Mistakes made. I'm probably getting in trouble for pushing that button, aren't I? Almost certainly. Grubzilla, you're tempted to buy the expansion subscription for this game. Yeah, so this is something that I haven't done at all and haven't really looked into. I know for some Paradox games, though, there's a subscription model where you don't have to buy all of the DLCs, but instead you're able to pay a little bit of money every month and get all the DLCs available to you. Or maybe not all of them, but most of them. I've mentioned previously that I think new players of Paradox games often have this moment where they say, cool, I like this game. Maybe I should buy the DLC. I want to play the full game. And then it'll look at that Steam button, it says, you sure you want it? Pay us $400. And I realize that ultimately the subscription price will add up to more than $400 over the course of months and months and months. But I think for a lot of people, it's much easier to say, okay, $10 a month, $5 a month, whatever it is, I can definitely handle my budget. But the idea of dumping $400 all at once, perhaps a little bit much. I'm saving my kids' college fund, don't you understand? So I think it's a nice decision on the part of Paradox to help more people play more games and also to get more money, of course. We've looked at the drones more and more. They're tireless, they're endless, they just keep on working no matter what. The mining networks of Nekis could learn a thing from them. We also found out the drones are not completely silent. They occasionally go ping, like the machine, they goes ping. They're easy prey, we can destroy them, or instead, we can get 10% more mining station mineral output. Hooray. I don't want to destroy them, I need to learn from them, because they're better at minerals than we are.
Booting up a new colony.
Alright, up to 57. Good. So, more astral fun. We found a new development in the hole. A new series of walls appeared directly in front of us. We're maintaining a safe distance lest an object materialize right through the sphere. Perhaps by sampling the material we may further understand the current situation. Alternatively, we can take some time to map the shapes of the walls and detect if they have a pattern amongst them. So we can take a sample, we can take a bit from them, that's relatively difficult, or we can trace a map instead, that's good enough for now. No need to upset the beast by poking it too hard. We continue building up the fleet again.
New augments research. Strap in.
This is the one that is at the actual front. Hit that button again. More research done. More specialist pop resources. That's not going to be minerals, but will still be useful. Of these items, sure. Probably learn encryption. I've yet to do anything involving hacking research. That would be good. Stape still says they have unemployed robots. I'm considering executing the robots because I keep seeing them as unemployed and get very, very confused. How are we looking on rare exotic gases now? +8. So each of these is +1. So I want to go to my #1 relic world first, which is the new world here. 1, and then wait for minerals. Another level up on a character. This is a governor of the Nexus. That's my capital. We can go ahead and just get more amenities there, or more alloys, or more geology overall. My capital is not especially great for this governor anymore, because it's not making minerals, and it's not making very much industry. That said, my industrial planet here could definitely do well with more alloys production. So I'm going to move you off of the capital. Where are you? You're here. You're also 98 years old. You're going to rule there for about 4 days and then die. It's absolutely terrible. Alright, from the Capitol building then, we take the Minister of State. He'll do okay. He's a fertility preacher. More food from jobs. Well. Well. Food from jobs are definitely not necessary. He's also very good at minerals from jobs. Again, not super great for right now. I'm moving to Agri World though instead, I believe. This Agri World down here already has a leader. Do we have no sector leader? I think I may have just noticed that. Oh no, we do. He rules from the capital. Whatever, we're fine for right now. Okay, ton of influence. So if these buddies down here want to attack me, I should probably take territory from them as well. Up to Chiblar at least. And perhaps even farther on, because there's an astral rift there I kind of like. So it is time to make claims once more against these inferior kinds who are insulting me. I wish to claim this, and this, and this. Oh, the new planets might be sectorable. Oh, good call. Previously we had the one planet here. Now we do have an additional one. That would be very useful, thank you. So those three are taken, and is this all they have left? No, they've been split in half somehow. Oh, somehow there is someone may have gotten a little bit aggressive, and that's not true. That's not true. I didn't make this breakage. They appear to have possibly a number of enclaves or exclaves. Not sure which one's which. An enclave is a territory that's completely surrounded by a territory of another state. An exclave is part of a state that's geographically separate from the main territory by the territory of one or more states. So enclave completely surrounded, exclave separate from but not completely surrounded. Enclave, exclave. Got it. So, with that said, this is an exclave. This is an enclave. Now, maybe not, because this is not totally surrounded by the exact same state. It's two different states instead. This, well, never mind. Never mind, never mind. Pushing some buttons, saying some words. That's enough for right now, though. We've made some claims. I will take their territory soon. Also, the enigmatic cache still floats around. Wish I could do more with it. There must be some kind of mission to engage with it. I can't recall what it is, though. Oh, we're looking on jobs. Hey, there's one open job on the Capitol. Can you believe it?
Council agenda available.
Council agenda go. I have the higher purpose. Oh no, something cooled down that is not what we're working on right now. I don't recall what it was. It doesn't really matter too much. Hey, the agri world here has no jobs. Finally, finally, finally. So, I guess in a bit of a panic, I made this into an energy planet. We don't really need that. That you're an agri-planet on a desert world is hilarious to me, but sure, let's push more food. Sure, let's open up one more slots. This planet could just be a little bit of everything, I suppose. We're doing so well on food.
Time for some new chrome.
Cactus farms through and through. Moisture farming. It's Tatooine, don't you know? Artisan output increases. More and more consumer goods. From the astral white area. It's taken a few days, but we have completed mapping the strange objects in this strange space. While to us they appear to be walls and columns, the sphere's computer is able to calculate how they look from above. The patterns and spaces indicate a clearly deliberate structure and consistency. Results are conclusive. These structures are actually, written characters. Though we're unable to understand it, the sphere's computer has been dedicated to deciphering everything we've recorded. During that time, something interesting happened. Circular columns, identical to the diameter of our vessel, began appearing in the space nearby. We propelled ourselves to a safe distance, only to find that a solid wall was being raised in our wake. There appeared to be no danger as the wall stopped as soon as we did. Something was painting a trail behind us. Having analyzed the symbols, we're confident that one of them translates into the greeting, or simply, hello. Alright, we are speaking to a white area. That's a little weird. It's a little strange. Alright, more gene click. Already have that, talk to me, have that. This planet, allegedly agri-world, could just as easily be industrial world. Research is probably best, but let's go industry instead. Minerals! I need to fix the mineral problem very, very much, because the number of times I've gone to build something and then had to yell or state with pride minerals is far, far, far too high. So, the boop. And then back to the alleged agri world here, which I'm going to reset as... Oh, we can... Shoot. We can upgrade Ascension tiers. I always forget about Ascension tiers. Oh, not essential right now. That's the kind of thing I should definitely remember. Always say that button's there. So you're allegedly going to be another industry world. And so, you are allegedly going to have a bunch of these built. And then alloys are good, so hit more ships. Horsesheim is the right side of our territory here. It is in position to hold off a marauder attack. I'm not sure it actually can do so, but wouldn't it be great if it did? This grouping also hasn't been added up at all yet, so we'll throw in some corvettes, we'll throw in some destroyers also, and build a little bit of everything here. So 10 of you. We're still so far away from naval capacity that we can just keep building kind of a lot of randomness, caprice we'll call it. So this is my goal right now, to go with them. We do still have the hostile fleet Eldritch Horde here, which is destroyed a size 25 relic world. I must go pay them back for that. The totality of our military fleet is about 25,000, 28,000 maybe, so still a long way to go before I'm comfortable attacking them. Our construction ship is doing nothing. We'll grab some more of the threads there. There was another spot. Huh. There was some territory that was not claimed by anyone. In the middle of these folks, it was Niamah. So I wonder if it was a Leviathan here that was destroyed or what exactly. That's now been claimed by someone. We have a higher artisan output. How grand is that? Let's finally push the encryption button. Gotta keep the spies out. A conversation. Many weeks have passed. Over that time, we've learned to communicate in a stunted fashion with the entity, whom we've named the Writer. The exchange has been difficult, but the Writer's tone evokes curiosity and surprise. So as not to clutter the immediate area, it's become routine that each of the symbols painted by the Writer are erased after each dialogue. Our conversation with the Writer continued for some time, until a final word appeared. Gift. Soon after, a golden sphere appeared next to the vessel. This object behaved much differently from any previous symbol and could be brought aboard. This was the last communication received from the entity. Its component materials contain rich amounts of data that will take scientists years to fully understand. How strange would that? That said, for 10 years, we have a bonus of monthly physics research. We have one astral location explored. How nice is that? What a nice story that was. Buddy Man's off to research the next one. Good, good. Yeah, we do an astral action now. If we want to, we can save up for astral boosts. Getting ourselves faster hyper jumps. Our astral siphon unlocks a planetary building to increase astral thread storage, etc. For now, I don't know. Sure, astral spilling somewhere. More astrality fun for a while. Lots of buttons there. I think I just go to war. Oh, you know what? If I want to go to war, I should do something known as making sure I have armies. Now, with that said, there actually are no planets here. Do we just go to war and grab these? Also, potentially habitable Gaia world there. Wonder who's in there to keep us out. Yeah, if they have no planets.
Hostilities engaged. Let's show them
Cool,
what we
I
can do.
guess. So, here goes something/nothing. I should have kept that in mind, that they have no plans. This would be very, very fast.
Time for some new chrome.
Leveling up everywhere. The general who's heading in right, or the admiral heading in right now. What would we like you to have? We'd like you to have overall ship weapon damage. Looking good. Finish 2 researches. Boom, boom, boom. Better mineral creation. There's that city district button. Now, I don't know if having more city district availability gives us a new district slot on the planet. I don't think it does. It's just saying, if you want one more city, you can have that. Fleet command up again. Too many fleets. Hey, this is the Hollow Temple. We can finally upgrade our temples a little bit also. That's gonna be pretty great stuff. Let's go through and see what we can upgrade. Unfortunately, a lot of upgrades require what is known as minerals, and so there may not be too terribly much we can do. You require an upgrade of what is known as minerals. This will then consume minerals into alloy. We're good, thank you. This upgrade, and no other minerals. This planet, as mentioned, I would like to have one mineral removing building here. So we're gonna junk. Are we gonna junk Mr. Autochthony? I'm gonna leave it for right now. I'm gonna get rid of one of my research buildings, one of the lower tier ones, and make that into here come minerals. And we have 2 districts here we can build. One. No, we need to open up some slots so we can move features. The massive crevice. Moving this unblocks industrial sectors. Wait, they're 5 blocked. Only one thing to remove here. I'm just gonna remove it because I'm not quite sure why those are blocked. Okay, this is -1 max district. Where are the other 6 then? I'm not sure. We'll sort out eventually. Higher purpose, more unity, Semric advantage, faster pop growth possibly. Yeah, we have nothing else right now we can research in Ray. More cybernetics, unfortunately. Hopefully learn more soon. But let's make the cyborgs happy. That will lower our consumption overall. That'll be swell. Alright, the door is open. Here we come. We actually can't see into their territory, so they may have a gigantic fleet right here. That said, because cut off, I kind of doubt they do. Hey, that's at a wormhole. So we have 1 L-gate, 1 wormhole.
Attempting brute force entry on an enemy
I'm
station.
talking as if we're going to win this thing immediately, but we now have the Eternal Horizon. Our very first black hole. Good. More physics research needed. We finished our encryption very quickly. We can now hit even better encryption fun. Gonna be the best spies around. We have so many upgrades. Don't recall what I wanted to build here. It wasn't the mineral fun, it was a gene clinic. Good. Lots of jobs, lots of places to live. Yeah. Having, here's an interesting little truth for you. Having exterminated the residents on these planets, we're having trouble getting more residents on the planets. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? No one's unemployed here, but as each new pop comes out at the capital, I should go live somewhere else pretty quickly. But mighty, mighty silly the trouble we're having populating our world. Alright, this little spot here in Agri World is full of agri, so more mining. Good, good. Fleet is moving forward. Great. Yeah, definitely allowing other Empire's people into your world's a good way to play the game. It's a nice way to make friends, to impress everybody, as opposed to the nonsense I'm doing. Alright, it's gonna be time to move the fleet forward, not the fleet, the defensive structure forward to the Eternal Horizon, probably. We fear the natural wormhole as always. One last battle.
New digs. Time to get comfortable.
Hey, lots of things to mind here. I believe with that, we've captured everything we want. So kind of sort of the war's over. Now let's just sit here for a while, yeah? What year's endgame set to? Whatever it normally is. I did not change anything at all. New colonies taken over. A place called No Longer Holy. Where's that again? No Longer Holy is up here in Toram. Cool. So let's go see our new friends. No Longer Holy. Standard Gene Clinic. Standard Autochthony. Standard need more minerals. That said, the reason we took this place over was to get minerals. Let's hit the market real quick and fix this. Let's go ahead and sell a pile of crystals again. I need to use this more effectively. I wish I recall which building consumes them. It'd be so good to have that. Alright, and then more minerals up. I suppose it's absolutely new behavior to have so much mineral, or so much marketplace usage. You lose 30% of the money every single time you go through it, but it feels good to me. One of our governors and ministers of state, let's have more fertility, giving us more population growth. Astral Rift begins. Terran time and space, what's inside? Let's find out. And then it's time for us to choose our very, very last one of these. How do we want to end this thing? I mean, domination isn't half bad. It gives us bonus worker pop resources. I like that. This is the USSR. Adaptability, not half bad either, in that we need more habitation. And getting one more free building slot's not the worst thing in the world. I don't know. Nothing really calls me right now. And nothing exactly calls to me at all, so I don't know. We could build commercial buildings, I suppose. But I'm very much enjoying being Super spiritualist and building temples instead. Yeah, we're gonna choose domination, I guess. So more resources from workers. Slaves have less power. We have no slaves, but that's okay.
Available.
The final choice has been made, and the final choice would be the new Crisis Endgame. Excited for that one. Okay. Finished learning about code breaking some more. Faster colony speed, not that we really need it, just open it up though. More interdimensional trade, that's great. Construction ship are doing nothing, correct? Construction ship is constructing very well.
We've constructed something game-changing.
Alright, so having taken all of this, we could get some other fleets. Blast our way. No. Blasting through here does not help us at all. Instead, I need to go down this way. Who's next door? The Commissariat of Autunisiria. Hello. May I open borders with you? Sure. Alright. So, forward the fleet. We're at war with you, correct? Yes, we're at war with you. Alright, I have another fleet back at Nex. Oh, this is just started fleet. This fleet is meant to be my fourth fleet, and so push that button. I'm just going to send this one in by itself. It's quite a bit of strength. If we hit the repair button, we have to drop back to Stebnar. We'll do that, and then we'll cut on through. While that's happening, I'd like to claim some more territory from them. I don't really want to fight on any planets. I know nothing about the planets at all, unfortunately. Okay. This is part where I should have another science ship to go learn about new technology, but I'm okay ignoring that for now.
More space for a mega block is
Claim
available.
more fun stuff. This one, like that one. Varangians offer us wares. Bunk beds! No, I'm good, thank you. I probably want this, whatever it is. So we'll shift on
Someone's
forward,
trying to
learn about
connect.
that one, then claim that one, almost certainly. Got a message. Somebody wants to establish an embassy. So he opened positive relationships with these tiny buddies, and now they want an embassy. I'm sorry, I'm just using you. I'm using you as a place for my highway to go through. I will be destroying you very, very, very soon. I may ask them if they want to be friends and vassalize to me, because they've been nice to me this one moment. I asked to go through, they said yes. Had they said no, I would have launched a war to go through them. But we're in a rift once more. In this one, we find the entertainment nexus. We've arrived at a bustling star system surrounded by numerous wormholes. Voidcraft of various shapes and sizes circle a central, brightly lighted space station. The enormous structure is covered with multicolored signs and garish, unfamiliar script. It seems like an entertainment facility designed to attract an audience for a grand spectacle. Given the number of vessels present, whatever show is taking place here has drawn an impressive crowd. We'll watch from our sphere. That's not weird at all. Alright, y'all mostly repaired up, and I haven't made it back yet. I mean, they're barely damaged. What am I talking about? I can't even see how they're damaged, so no. Let's just cut through. Here comes trouble. Also, new election! Hey, one of us is now in charge for the first time in a long time. Hey, my precious, precious election just failed. We attempted to get the comforting the fallen, but nobody wanted to help the fallen, as my neighbors are what caused them to fall in the first place. Shame, a shame, a shame.
Game-changing
Construction
upgrades
done
incoming.
there. We'll hit this one now. Get more astral bits, bit by bit. Let them be friends. All right, what kind of friendship should we have here? Should I promise to protect them? Guarantee their independence? If I propose their subjugation, we have to have a better relation. Now, subjugation is the one where they just join entirely. No, subjugation is they become our subject. I think once subjected, they can then be incorporated more. You all were useful to us, so I will improve relations for right now and see what happens. One friend after all. Faster colony development speed. Yay. Research and more research. Good. Level up on a commander who is... See where you are easily? No, I wish when you moused over him it would show which fleet he's leading. Doesn't exactly matter though. We'll go ahead and make him just more aggressive again. And here's what's happening inside of the rift. Anticipation. We docked out of the busy space station without incident. Once inside, we continued our investigation as part of a crowd. As we approached the gates of the central dome, a robotic attendant swabbed each of our tentacles. We do have tentacles, thank you game, before allowing us to pass with other patrons. Inside we beheld an amphitheater of epic proportions. The bustling interior was crowded with a variety of sentient alien life forms, each focused on a central performance area. The show will soon begin. This reminds me, that swabbing of hands and such. One time I was going to the Chicago airport on a flight to I don't recall where, and I was randomly selected from the line to go through advanced screening, or whatever they call it these days. And they went through my luggage, finding a bunch of books and not much else, clothes I suppose, and then they did this swab thing of my hands, which came back clean, and they also did a swab of my laptop. And they said that they detected some kind of explosive fertilizer on my my laptop, and they said, "Sir, do you work in farming?" And I said, "Absolutely not." And it was such a strange moment because they really wanted to know why it came up positive for whatever it did, and I had no answers, and they just kept asking me questions. And so I must have shown that I genuinely didn't know effectively enough to let me through. It's only about 10 minutes delay, so no big deal. They didn't like take me to a back room or anything. But it was a weird moment where I felt myself faced by an authority that I could not answer sufficiently. I had no idea what answer to give that they wanted to hear. I've got nothing, and that was the end of that story. Very well, very well. Hey, we can do an astral action, more physics speed. Yeah, let's keep on hitting that one for right now. The other ones are less important currently. Forward we go. Hey, a lot of minerals again. We fixed the mineral problem. Oh god, one second. Well. Someone has found a bit of an issue. And that someone is me. I got way too cocky. So we're actually have very similar overall strength. We're both round about 12,000. I do have other fleets kind of far back, unfortunately. Now, the battle's begun. Their admiral's level 3, mine level 6. We have some bonuses that are useful in combat. They do not. Place your bets now. Actually, there's 2 fleets here. They have one person who fires a little faster. We'll see how this goes. We might well lose this. We might well win this. I actually have no idea how we won that. I don't really understand Stellaris combat at all. I just know lights go pew 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 and then I win. That's great. With a significant reduction of crime on MR's stain, the planet's pervasive criminal underworld been reduced to nothingness. There's no more at all. Grubzilla, you got stopped by security one time and taking your daughter to the airport to fly alone. Security act weird, but your wife put a replacement utility knife blade in her backpack. That would be a reason to be concerned. Definitely. Yeah, I had a similar relevant story to tell. I've forgotten what it was now, but whichever way, yeah, I definitely understand why TSA might be curious about that one. Oh, here's the story. I've told this story before. You may have heard it before. Back in grad school, I had a colleague who is is one of the sweetest people I've ever known. His name is Dennis. And Dennis is really, really, really religious. He takes his religion very seriously. He grew up in a religious household. He does things like on Ash Wednesday, he goes and gets the cross of ash on his forehead. It turned out that one particular Ash Wednesday, Dennis had to take a flight out of where we were living to a conference. I was along with him, as was one other friend. And so Dennis went through security with the ash thing on his forehead, and they looked into his bags also. And he, like when I travel, had a pile of books. Where I was working on generalized democratic theory and the history of American thoughts, Dennis was working on protest movements and other forms of direct action. So ways of challenging lawful authority that aren't just voting. Dennis had in his bag the collected writings of the Unabomber. And again, Dennis is one of the sweetest guys I've ever known, but it led to this argument with TSA in which Dennis insisted, I'm just doing research, and beyond that, the government cannot question what I'm reading. It's just a book, let me go through. It's just a book, let me go through. And he ended up being delayed for 3 or 4 hours ultimately, as they questioned him about his affiliation, and like, the guy voted Democrat. He wasn't a radical. He was just trying to understand radicals. But it led to this like horrible situation. And he eventually got to the conference, again, 4 or 5 hours after the rest of us did. And he was so angry because the only thing he had done was have a cross on his forehead and have a book with him. Like, I did nothing wrong, but they were convinced there was something funny about him. And like, I understand, like I prefer airplanes don't blow up, etc., but a book is not a bomb, surely. So that's my story, the end. As we push deeper and deeper into enemy space, I recognize that we need to be careful that our fleet does not jump on us because we are weakening as we go. That said, I want to know what's inside Tribano here. It includes an astral rift that will be mine. Dennis plays a lot of video games. I've considered inviting Dennis on stream sometime, back when I lived in the US, because like I said, he's such a sweet guy and like very generous of spirit, despite us studying some things that are perhaps considered a little bit strange. Oh. Wait a second. Didn't all of this belong to the enemies a moment ago? Did our little friends actually use our pushing through as a way to take things from from the enemy also? Our little buddies are doing great. Good job, little buddies. That's fine. I don't mind having a friend down there that I will aid as best I can, I suppose, but slight surprise, that one. From the Astral Rift, this is the news of the day. The Vaulting Vulpines. Welcome to the circus, friends. No sooner are we taken our place than a troop of vulpine mammalians. That means like wolves, right? I think so. In sparkling costumes appeared on stage. After a short display of advanced gymnastics, a small wormhole appeared in the center of the stage. One daring acrobat dove inside just before the hole winked out of existence. Oh, speaking of holes, did you all see the fascinating art project called The Portal, which is a 24/7 video camera? That's right, video camera, between New York City and Dublin, and it's a near live presentation of people in Ireland and people in New York, USA, looking back and forth. And the artist wanted to put it forward as a way in which people could better understand each other and make connections across the ocean and so on, which is so very cool. I want to insist I love this idea so much because I think it's great when people see each other and interact with each other worldwide. Like this channel right here is people all around the world interacting in a pleasant way. Now that said, as many of you already know, almost instantaneously some Irish guy held up a picture of 9/11, the towers falling, Almost immediately, some American guy held up a picture of a potato in reference to the potato famine. Almost immediately, there was flashing of body parts and rude gestures and all the rest. I don't ever want to fall into being the kind of person who says, this is why we can't have nice things. But man, this is why we can't have nice things. Like, I don't know. It's one of these moments of how are we so shameless as a people that we're unable to just not be weird, right? Just not be overly weird. I can't imagine seeing it like in an art museum. Like an art museum, which is an art piece. I would never, hold up a nasty sign, but maybe it's just me. But it makes me kind of sad. Like, on the one hand, sort of funny. I see what they're going for. On the other hand, though, really sad that it worked that way. So, you can't put a live feed between New York City and Dublin and not expect excessive stupid behavior. I mean, honestly, when I heard of this thing coming online, I assumed it wouldn't be that way. I assumed that people would use it in a friendly kind of way. In the same way inside of some museums, there are like live broadcasts where a camera's on you and you can wave to the people outside and you appear on television outside. Now, I've only ever used those to like wave at people. Maybe people do act in nasty ways. But I guess I thought because it was a camera, people would recognize that they are being monitored. And I tend to assume that if people are being monitored, they then act in better ways. But maybe this is just not true. I don't know. Whichever way, it makes me sad. I wish we lived in a different world. Hopefully this little channel could be a slice of that better world, maybe. Anyway, someone dove into the portal in a way that satisfied us. Then another wormhole appeared high above the crowd, ejecting the performer who deftly tumbled to the ground. The other performers followed suit, weaving and catching one another in complex patterns through an ever-shifting series of wormholes. The crowd gasped as an acrobat slipped in the portal, severing a limb from their body as the wormhole closed. Just as they were about to hit the ground, the wounded performer disappeared through yet another wormhole. The severed arm dropped from the rafters, grabbing a trapeze that fell and flinging itself into the air. The one-armed acrobat reappeared, leapt high, reattached a prosthetic in mid-air, and landed on a pyramid of the other performers in a grand finale. We were all very pleased. This is fancy technology, how dare you use it that way? Does the guy get his arm reattached? That's the important part, possibly. Hello, Farrah, how's it going? I've been in Tokyo too long, I've forgotten what you're like in the West. I don't think so. I've only been here for a couple years, and it seems to me like people are halfway decent a lot of times. But no, maybe when given an opportunity to misbehave in a vulgar way, a lot of people will take it. Maybe even some of you are like, yeah, if I were there in the, New York City, Dublin webcam experience, I too would be a nasty person doing nasty things. Perhaps. Did I claim both of these already? I did indeed do so. Wait. I did indeed not do so. We have enough to take that for now. We do not have enough for this right now. We need 45, take that. Fengkar, we know nothing about it, unfortunately. So we're going to have to keep on jumping through. We're still at 9 strength. Some of our green thing. Is green thing shields, maybe? Or is blue thing? I think blue thing is shields. Then orange thing is armors, and green thing is hull, possibly. Forward we go! Maybe we can wipe these folks out. Do they have land down here also? Very confusing. Very confusing. I had a friend who does art projects, and when he dressed as a dolphin and laid on the floor to parties, what people did with him. A lot of things were done that weren't all that nice. I'm sure he was inspired by Abramovich, who's a Eastern European artist, lived in the US now for a long time, or in Paris also. Back in the 1970s, she had a performance art in which she stood on stage with a table full of different implements. Some would for like a nice smelling piece of fruit or a soft cloth. Others were a pair of scissors, a small hammer, etc., etc. And she was curious what would happen. If one by one people were led on stage to interact with her. And she had decided that she would not fight back. She would not respond to anything that anyone did throughout the night. And initially people thought it was funny, right? People would laugh and like touch her face and make her smile, or reach out and give her a hug or shake her hand. But as it went on, people became, in her words, feral, using the scissors to cut off her clothes, touching her in very intimate ways. Ultimately, she did stop it because she thought that the people would have killed her if not. Abramovich does such amazing works of performance art throughout the years, but what they reveal about not just her as a performer, but also about folks in general, I think they're very, very, very sad sometimes. So that's another commentary on the human condition. Why are we all so terrible sometimes? All right, we see here a planet I'd like to invade probably. What do we know about it? 461, I can absolutely do that. First one in a while we can do. We have an army of 1,000 folks. We're allowed to tickle her. Yeah, Preso, they were able to do anything they wanted to. Like Abramovich's performance was about vulnerability. It was about being vulnerable towards different kinds of people and seeing how things would go. And so yeah, there were really affectionate and kind ways of interacting with her. There were friendly people who just wanted to stare at her while she stood there. And then some people who do the worst kind of things you can imagine. And yeah, that's why she stopped it ultimately, because she didn't think that people would go to that kind of behavior, but they did. They did ultimately. A few years back, she did another performance, probably a decade ago now, called The Artist is Present, I believe. It was in New York City at the MoMA, I think. And what she did for the course of, how many days was it? A very long time, 40 days or so, was go and sit at a desk instead. And you can go and sit with her for a period of time. And in the sitting, you weren't supposed to touch her, but you would instead just sit with a person. And she would sit quietly, and you would sit quietly, and you'd spend time with this important person. And she would often like cry as people looked at her, or she would smile, or it was just about sharing presence together. That's a pretty cool way of going. What's her name? I believe it's Maria, ordinary spelling, Abramovich, Ambrovicich. Maria Abramovich, I believe is her name. Yeah. Anyway, we need a general. Abramovich? Okay, I might be off slightly. My stupid American brain gets it a little wrong. Is she Hungarian? I think she might be Hungarian by original birth. Alright, we need a general. This general is wasteful as a governor, but is grand as a fighter. I choose Gisti Millie Vanilli's cousin. You will lead us onto war. She's Serbian? Okay, thank you. I apologize for not remembering stories terribly well. Stay alive longer. You will lead us forever. Okay, so you're gonna head on to here. I push the land armies button. By the time they get here, they'll be fine. More technology done. We've researched more city housing and orbital rings if we want to. Maybe we should do that. Maybe. Battleship online? Absolutely. Okay, so the one question then is, what do they have at Ebarmachus, possibly? Something like that. Total about 5,000. Now, what do we know of Ebarmachus here? We know they're currently healing up. We know they have one shipyard here also. Very interesting. The planet is only 461. Maybe we should grab that also. Man, I was planning to not go terribly wide, but now I'm like, yum, give me more planets. So what are our current claim piles? I think I've not claimed Fangakor yet. So let's hit the claim button and see. 14 more points, so we can claim it. 14 more points. So we'll run for a second, then grab that one, and then 108 more needed. So it's going to be a while, unfortunately, if we want to take both of them. I don't mind staying at war for a time, though. We'll see, we'll see. Alright, Astral Event continues. We call this one the Jaws of Life. More circus, more fun. A large reptilian cyborg lumbered to center stage. It carried huge metal weights, which it deftly tossed into its gargantuan jaw. With a hydraulic hiss, it spat the weight into the air one after another, catching them as they fell and launching them once again in an effortless jungle. Juggle, not jungle. But who knows, if you throw enough of these things, you end up in a jungle too. An announcement blared, causing some of the audience to jump. A many-tentacled robot, a bipedal entity, and a living tangle of thick vines, the jungle, were brought to the stage. These creatures then willingly jumped into the reptilian cyborg's mouth, allowing themselves to be deftly juggled in the same manner. The mechanical beast then held 3 volunteers in its mouth and squatted, compressing itself against the floor. Its huge frame glowed a molten orange. When the process was complete, the performer opened its mouth, and only a single creature walked out. It had the bulbous head of the tentacled robot, the torso of the toxoid, and thick limbs made of intertwined vines. It gestured to the crowd, evoking a stunned silence. The cyborg then re-ingested the amalgam and spat out 3 individuals again, good as new. The crowd's nervous silence became cheers. This reminds me of The Prestige, no more than that. Interesting, interesting. Friends, it's been another hour. It's now 12 o'clock my time. Time for a quick little ad break. 3 minutes ads, then back to our game here. I should mention, as I said in the intro, I do have a meeting later today that I need to get to, so I'll probably be ending at my normal time, which is 1:30, as opposed to the later time I've been doing recently of 2:30. So still an hour and a half to go. All good, all good. Is it 12 p.m.? Yes, indeed. It is noon o'clock here. So today's Wednesday puzzle's already done. Let's see if we can finish the Monday puzzle. Though I believe it's the case that I was a little bit stuck. So we'll see, we'll see. Notes, for example. It's an iPhone app. See, this is the nice part. You come back a few days and you immediately see things in new context. I was so stuck on Eep, Neep. Yeah, Notes an iPhone app, fine. Isolationist in a way. Anti-trade, again, the exact same situation as last time. I saw Roddy, Aid, okay, anti-trade, fine. Buys out, that's a ransom, of course. Alright, Deus and blank, I do not know still. I assume the blues icon who said, I don't seem like nobody but myself is Big Mama Thornton. So it's the case that it's Desus or Desus and Mero. Maybe. Dance style that developed in Oakland. I have no idea. Justin Bieber. Restaurants offering raw deals. The something, possibly? Yeah, there's raw vegan restaurants. I said sushi bar before also. Yeah, not sure. No good blank. Not sure. Seam establishments. I put sewer in before, but didn't like the RR at the bottom, so we're gonna skip that for now. A psychologist, Alfred, who measured the researched the measurement of intelligence. That is it Binet, I believe? Ghost Network, oh, CBS, of course. Yeah, Binet is right there. All right, so everything done but one corner. Best effort performance. I said A game earlier. Now, if it's A game, it's AGA. Godmother feels fairly strong for what Dolly Parton is to Miley Cyrus. Could be like Godmama, possibly? Not sure. Best effort performance. Top of the game. Smooth off a little bit. Young adult novelist whose works include Legend and the Young Elites. Cthulhu. Don't know. Instruction that requires a computer. So some kind of learning. We said distance learning. We said online learning. First rate. I mean, the word aces can mean first rates. I don't like that very much, but we'll see if it's right. Decays. Decays. Okay. I'm never going to get the dance style from Oakland. Never, ever, ever. That's making me think I may have to ask for some help. We'll see. Raw deals. Raw deals. Raw deals. There's some restaurants where you can choose how much you pay for your meal. I don't recall what they're called, but they wouldn't be raw deals. Instead, it'd be like good deals if you want to pay very, very little, possibly. No good blank. Wicked song. Again, I know Wicked. Is Duds definitely right? Defective Firecrackers, yeah. Is it no good dude? That feels like really, really wrong. So, Wicked's about wizards and witches and school. There's a goat character in it. Yeah, no idea, no idea. Seam establishments. The sower is definitely wrong now. We said that seam also refers to like a seam of coal. That'd be a mine of some sort. All right, team. The ad break's over. I've gone in circles here quite a few times. So tell me, what do you know? What do you know? Let's solve this thing together. Give me some words. Give me one bit of help and I'll figure it, I'm sure. Do you know the dance style from Oakland? Do you know what kind of instruction requires a computer? No good deed. No good deed. Thank you very much. That's absolutely right. All right. Best effort performance. Clam bar at 36. Clam bar for raw deals. I like that. I like it very much. But that would mean that 2 are incorrect. That's smart, though. The blank of capitalism. Ooh. Cut. No. Cut could be code. The code of capital. I like that very much. Dance style, I still don't know. Bodies, maybe. Best effort performance. I mean, A game is seeming right. So maybe Godmother really is wrong. So A game. Young adult novelist, something Lou, probably. Instruction on computer. Bonded learning. Decays is then rots again. Cut could be lop. Oh, I like that very much. Oh, it's Godparent. I hate you so much, video game. I hate you so much. Godparent, very good. Is it the Boogaloo? Did the Boogaloo come from Oakland? That seems unlikely to me, but maybe did. Maybe did. Blended learning, in person and online. Seam established. It is mines. I said it was mines. It is mines. Probably Marie Lou. And it is Bigaloo. Boogaloo that. Boogaloo. Uh-oh. Oh, parent misspelled. A1. Okay, something is wrong somewhere. But I don't know if I want to find what it is. Thanks for that corner. I appreciate that. A1 instead of aces. Vidalia is spelled wrong? Have you want to tell me Vidalia is spelled wrong for a month and a half? I'm so sorry. So sorry. Yeah, when I put Vidalia in, someone's like, hey, can I tell you if you have an answer wrong? Sorry. Vidalia has been spelled wrong the whole way through. Georgia State Vegetable is a V-I-D-A-L-I-A, Vidalia, not Vidalia. Rough, rough, rough. Thank you, team, for the excellent assistance. Blended learning would have never come to mind with the help there. You knew it from the moment I typed it. Yeah, thank you for not backseating too hard. Obvious spelling errors I don't mind so much, but I like figuring out things. But that was a case where I never figured it out. Anna versus Inna. I can imagine Joyce having a character named Inna, no problem. Yeah, if you see misspelling on an obvious word, I don't mind that at all. Like earlier I typed here, godparent with EE instead of NT. Obviously, parent is not spelled with EE. But whichever way, Monday is done. Which means tomorrow is the Thursday crossword. We'll get it done in about 4 minutes or so. It'll be ridiculous, but thanks for the help. Hello, Battle Tank. What kind of Stellaris playthrough are we doing? We're doing one of the new Origins and heading to the new Crisis also. I hope we'll see. We finished the new Origin of... what's it called again? Cybernetic 1. Good old Cybernetic 1 we've done. And I'm excited to see what comes after that. In particular, what is the end game Crisis? Will be good. It's because these folks do have other territory down here. There is a possibility they'll jump on me from behind. We'll see how that goes. Let me go ahead and make another claim here. Good. And then, I don't know if I actually want to spend 400 influence, like wait 400 influence to finish this folks off here. I guess we could make a larger and larger army to do so. This planet has what kind of armies hanging out? Only 461, so both of these planets I can take in fairly short order. Yeah, we should be okay breaking through there once the other fleet is here. But we'll see. Cat. Astral Rift continues. The final act involved a creature made of thick gray stone, bending into peculiar positions that contorted its blocky limbs into impossible knots. It then jumped high in the air and landed on its wide fingertips to plant murmurs from the crowd. This, though, was only the setup to the true performance. The creature's movements began to slowly decelerate to the point at which time itself began to reverse. Its fingers traced back along the arc of its previous jump and froze in mid-air. This brought the crowd to life. Suddenly, the stasis was broken. The creature returned to the ground and began to transform. Its body changed from featureless gray stone to sparkling red crystal, free-flowing sand, brittle blue shale, and more. It continued to perform an ever more complicated series of contortions. At the height of its performance, it burst into thousands of prismatic shards. Hope these don't explode out on the crowd. I'm pretty bad to lose my scientist. These froze midair in an intricate arrangement, refracting the stage's simple spotlight into a complex display of incredible colors and patterns. The shards slowly rewound until the performer was returned whole, and the creature left the stage to an unmatched roar from the crowd. Wow, fancy. And yes, indeed, we did run around with a little broom and what thing called sweeping into the pan dish, where it's called getting a lot of crystals off the ground. Very good. Mission accomplished. Well done, team. Where is my transport fleet? They're working their way around, be just a little bit. And my scientists will soon be out. When they're out, I'm going to invite them to come search through the battlefields here to learn about their technology. Byzadians have made peace with the pious Phaleran theocracy. So the Byzadians are the ones up this way. The theocracy are the ones here. They didn't take anything, it looks like. Is that true? So it was very inconvenient for the theological folks that I was in the way, but I do kind of wonder why I took literally nothing. Huh, interesting. I expect I blocked them off from me, let's send anybody through, and that's okay. Alright, how are we on alloys? Very, very low right now. A very quick battle occurred, then it was over all at once.
Upgrades incoming.
Subjugation is happening? Oh, interesting. The Fire Tribes, folks over here, very large, have subjugated the Byzadians, so they now have an overlord keeping them good and safe. Technology researched, more research, good. Let's then hit trinary computing. We have 3 computers working together, that's pretty cool. Quick little battle there, again, no problems, we're holding out well. We can begin to bombard, just to keep things under control. And while we're hanging out, we should probably go ahead and keep working on our various planets. But they're all looking pretty good, I think. Let's see here. 41 open jobs. 38 open jobs. 15 open jobs. That said, the workers can't find any of them. So let's go ahead and push out more mining, I suppose. Hello? Hello, video game?
On-site invasion initiated.
Oh, we have them all
Let's
filled
get
up
it.
already. That's fine. Colony here, our newest colony is going heavily into minerals, and so we're going to build here a mineral refinery station that can then be upgraded some, though 22 open jobs. Only 3 open jobs. We finally found a place that needs some help from us, so upgrade this thing. And you are my agro world, so we could place more hydroponic farms, I suppose, to have more farmers through and through. But they're going to need a city district to have more housing, and then we'll also open a building slot that way. Above that, you have so many openings. You already have the energy grid. We upgrade that one. Again, 44 open jobs, no hurry there. 20 open jobs here. We can upgrade the mining facility and build one more mine too. There's still 6 blocked off locations. Just don't know how to get those, unfortunately. Okay. Above that, we have 9 jobs. Only 6 jobs. Okay. Upgrade you, upgrade you. And the capital has so many possible upgrades. So the hollow temples are going to consume 1 rare crystal. We're currently pulling in 6 extra crystals, and we're selling more too. So we'll upgrade all of these and figure out the technological issue, or economic issue after that, I think. Actually, no, we're not selling any crystals. We can make more without too much trouble. The invasion begins! How's this one going? Luckily, these enemies are as weak as we are. First ones in a while for that. That has been dealt with. That planet is mine. And so the question is, do we want to save up another 400, 300 more influence for a claim here? Well, first things first, I'm not allowed to rival them because they're pathetic, unfortunately. Well, I guess we just go ahead and pop on in. That said, isn't there a fleet waiting behind? No, I guess not. Are they both here? Yeah, there's 2 fleets here together. So let's go ahead and head on in.
Mixing it up with a hostile fleet.
They'll knock us out. We'll take it over gradually. Someone level up. It is one of my head of research who is not doing any other jobs. I believe we're full up right now on governors of science planets. So let's go ahead and have military theory experience so we can get more military items more quickly developed. Hello to you all. Oh boy, baby fleets got in first. Oh, baby fleets. Secondary fleet, hello? Are we believing in jumping or are we not jumping? Hello? Oh, I didn't send them in. Well, this might be an issue. This is the latest in military technology. Bring your 2 fleets in separately.
Mixing it up with a hostile fleet.
Oh boy. This time we will win. We could have saved so many fleets though, had I played this one correctly. Luckily 34 ships survived that business. There we go. We'll then bombard for a little bit. And we can now get more tradition unlocked. So another official capital buildings house more folks, or more enforcers, more unity. We'll start with that one. Also, we finished our rift, or got close to it at least. The show is over. The audience was invited to stick around to meet one of the acts. It would be an excellent opportunity to study the individual in more detail, as each of them displayed abilities we cannot even begin to replicate. Every performer is tremendously popular, so we may have time to only see one of them. Which should we choose? So the Fox people here could use wormholes. The cyborg maw was able to use its mighty mouth to fuse and unfuse things. The contortionist could control time. I think I'm gonna choose the cyborg maw. I'm hoping it will help me improve my industry. Let's find out eventually. Astral action available. We can get faster movement. Boring. We'll just keep saving for now. Construction ship here. We have more threads to collect. Yep, way out that way. In some measure, the exploration portion of the playthrough is done. There are some areas that are not yet taken. There are some areas that might include Leviathans I wouldn't mind having, but this is the part of the game where I know a number of you will often say, no more Stellaris for me, I've had a good time. Which makes sense for sure, because it's fun to get lots of anomaly events and so on. Transport fleet's just waiting here. We can go to invade now. Hey, we received a communique from a previously unknown spacefaring empire that calls themselves the Chosen. That's not ominous at all. They claim to have learned of our existence by listening in on communication. Who are the Chosen? They're a Purity Order fanatical purifiers. Quake and fear, alien scumbag, for your doom approaches. The Chosen will cleanse this galaxy of every misbegotten Xeno civilization that pollutes their presence. Nexus shall burn. So they have a similar ideology to me. That said, they're really quite serious about xenophobia. We're all friends here. We're all friends here, don't worry. So where are the Chosen from? Where do they live? Way over here. So the other Fnatic Purifiers, we have a bit of time till they come to bother us. Unless they can come through the one wormhole we have right here, or the L gates eventually. Speaking of which, anytime they L gate, I need to strengthen the L gate defense. Every time. Cannot forget that. No, no, no. Because the first time I ever had some L gate fun, we all just died immediately. It's a pretty unfortunate moment. Did I send you forward to invade? I did not. Thought about it, but did not do it. Let's go invade. Now I have another envoy, up to 2.5 envoys now. And let's get more researching. Okay, our mineral situation is so fixed. For a while there, we were really struggling on minerals. It's in great shape now. Industrial world only has 8 jobs. Continue upgrading
On-site
these.
invasion initiated.
Rare resources may be a problem in a little bit, but we can add another one of those minerals into. What's this? What's the word? Into rare resources quickly. Getting distracted. Hey, it's a quick little battle. Another planet's been taken. So the war is over, except for whatever I want to claim, and just gotta wait on that kind of sorta. Because this is basically done here, I'm gonna take the fleet this way and move it to defend here in case these folks try to break out. There's a Leviathan here. It's a bunch of Prism Guardians. We should be able to fight those at some point if we want to. And Astral Action again. Astral Siphon gives the Astral Siphon building more astral threads, storage, etc. Astral researchers make consumer goods into research, blah blah blah. Sure, let's unlock it. Being insulted by the Betharians. Who dat? I don't know the farther out troops all that well. Who are the Betharians? The Chosen are both here and here. You go around the world. Betharians right here. So I don't know terribly much about you. We are rivals apparently. Equivalent strength, but otherwise not so good. I will rival you in response to get myself some more influence more quickly. Ground armies on an aggressive stance automatically follow the fleet and automatically take planets. Wait, really? How do I not know this? So, aggressive stance makes them follow the fleet. Huh. That's kind of cool. Learning more things. Always learning more things in this video game world of ours. What a nice time that is. What's this group here doing? This group here, you should be going back home probably. That is home for you, you're just not docked up. Hey, now you are. That's good. How long has that been in the game? That's a great question. I guess you also do not know these things. Alright, scientists ruling an industrial planet. That's not so good. You're not really doing much else, are you? Just kind of hanging out. Wait, assembler here is from the official class. When are you able to see that? Huh. And maybe in Stellaris, I always assume you have to do things the hard way. And so I didn't know they had a button to make it easier. That said, Polbon Kur 2 have once again unleashed the beast. They got a robotic uprising down there. Fortunate, unfortunate. We have a bunch of fleets that are only partially built up right now. For next little bit, all of our alloy will go into those. Speaking of alloy, we have a ton of minerals, so I'd like to build more of those. Whatever they're called. What are they called? Let me see what they're called. The big old, yes, ancient refinery thing. Nope, that's not it. What is it that pushes out alloy? It's the alloy building things instead. Right, so do we have those on this industrial world? No, this industrial world is coming out of research. So here I want to have just alloy foundries. A couple of those. Or you're allowed to have one maybe. One per planet. Yeah. Yeah, splitting industries are good too. Also, upgrade you. And getting rid of the robot assembly. A few robots in the early days. Now not so much.
We've constructed something game-changing.
Successful robotic uprising. After waging a global war against the machines, this is like one of those Terminator movies. Which is the one in which the humans lose? And they have to go back in time or something? I think they're all back in time. Whichever way, the Terminator storyline happens. Alien civilization then defeated. The planet is now controlled by the DAR sequence. More soulless threats to keep an eye on. Beep boop, say the robots. We are the DAR sequence. We established victory over our creators. The Polbon Kurstum is now ours. Nope, that's not true. Wait, as xenophobes, they can say we recognize your claims? What on earth are you talking about? I feel that xenophilia would say we recognize your claims. Whichever way, no? That's mine? Don't pretend? Don't be stepping, bro. The DAR don't want to talk to us anymore. Military readiness has been passed. So, interesting. Get more fleet cap, etc. Federation invitation. The Brizardian Protectorate and the Fire Tribes have joined together. All of them inside the Mutual Assistance Organization. We're not joining the Federation. Surely they won't come and beat up on us together, would they? I can't even imagine it. A construction ship, what do we see to build, if anything? I could try to build a megastructure, couldn't I? So, around my industry worlds, 14, 24, there it is. Okay, so around next neighbor, which is here. Okay, how do I make a megastructure? Do I not know how to make megastructures? Is there a real possibility that we are the year 2331 and don't know how to make megastructures? Huh. Well, that's something. I'm sure we'll learn eventually. Maybe. The majority of my fleet powers hang out over here. I'd like to get more around the west side as well. North I'm ignoring still. The reptilian cyborg stands at the height and width of a small transport ship, with a mouth large enough to nearly swallow it as well. Other physical characteristics include gray-scaled skin patched with transparent electric panels, a glowing energy core fastened to its torso, and alloyed metal limbs complemented with a complex system of hydraulics. Given its enormous size, the cyborg is anchored solidly to its spot, regarded as if it were a monument. Many fans have brought the monolith something to eat, which it seems to appreciate. The aliens that volunteer for the show are also present, posturing as part of the act. The gargantuan specimen should open up a variety of research possibilities. We give it a snack, or we can try to get a tissue sample. This is normal difficulty. Let's try our best. I'm gonna scrape a bit off and get arrested for damaging the displays, surely.
New augments research. Strap in.
Agri-World's open slot here. I think I said, how about we just make another farm location here? But farming's looking pretty good. I can do more alloy foundries. Alloy foundries for everybody. I mean, the agricultural side is already completely full. We can just throw a crystalline mine here. That will be useful at some point. And then, I guess, backup mining, because we do need that kind of thing eventually. I take the best reward from the Rift. Cool. I was thinking it was a cyborg and I wanted to support other cyborgs, so it seemed pretty good to me. Advanced cloaking for our science ship to get around more effectively. Good luck, science ship. New colony here. We've done mining fun. We are at population 3, so very slow going on that. I don't know. Does the augmentation center give more pop growth? It does. I was like one of those that more cyborgs, more good. Another Astro Rift. Surprise, surprise. Over there, Amlitzer.
We've constructed something game-changing.
So you finished building, but once again, I thought about you, so I strengthened you again. Give you a few defense platforms to live up. They can have up to 40 defensive platforms now. That's absolutely ridiculous. I'm all about that for an area that's going to hold off the maw over there. A little bit of loose trade here. Jalora is a location that is set up with a bunch of star bases. If we upgrade it again, I could put a trade collector there as well. It needs to collect the 1, 2, 3. I don't want to sacrifice that much to get it. So maybe one of these we can build up instead to get 1, 2, 3 still, and that's too far away. Astral actions, more physics. We nearly have the influence we need to claim this thing. Soon and very soon. And then what's our relationship with these buddies here? We're still merely cordial. It would help if I had a non-aggression pact and maybe even guarantee its independence. It costs us more influence to do that. I need to save my influence. Never mind. So we'll continue just buttering them up until eventually we can ask them to be our friend forever and always. Fleet button.
That upgrade was well worth the alloys.
Fleet button. We need to change the name to some of the star bases. They're just kind of all the same to me. What do we need rather to make a claim here? 144 more. Oh good God, we need 500. Ways to get influence quickly.
Council agenda ready.
I don't know any. This is the attempt to have the folks not expand too fast. Is there anything here that gives me a pile of influence immediately? Looking like no, unfortunately. So more stability, more good. Influence possible is precious, absolutely. We had so much saved for a while. Rivals, artifacts, artisan troop. I haven't checked my artifacts in a while. Discoveries, button. We're totally full again. I pushed the buttons. We're closer than before. Okay, you are the main ruler. You're also the commander of our whole empire. So let's get you more unity fun. The pious fallen theocracy have rivaled us. I mean, okay, we'll rival them right back. Oh, the Senate's in session. What are we voting on? Guardian Angels. Lower diplomatic weight from fleet power. Defense army morale increases. Armies more expensive. The soldiers that dedicate their lives to keeping the planet safe should be recognized and honored. Not that I'm anti-military. I just believe I'm significantly stronger in fleet powers. I want to stay that way. Of course, of course. Nothing much seems unbuilt right now. So I think the construction ship's going to dock up and just kind of hang out for a while, unfortunately. If we deal with the horror, we can then retake that. If we deal with... I wonder what's here. Then it's unscanned. Makes me think there'll be something there. Again, it is a Gaia world. It's time to build another science ship. I've been holding off on that for a real long time, but I just need to know what's inside that hole there. So, also, it is time to get worker pops to make me more minerals. Good stuff. Good stuff. We can move a block right here if we want to. May as well. I wonder if anybody wants to trade. That's a good question. We could ask someone to trade communications and give me vision on that, but it'd probably be good for me to have a second science ship, as it's been a long time since I've had two. So who do we have as spare scientist? Head of research. Nothing exactly relevant, but that's all the scientists we can have. So head of research, show me what is here. Good luck. I'm not even putting her cloaking up. You'll be fine. You go ahead and dock up construction ship. And we're at 473. How much longer can this go on? 27 more. All right. So I have 500 influence, and then the war will end. And won't that be swell? Continue building up the fleet. I believe our fleet cap is now 80. There's actually 100. We can go up to 100 size now, which is really, really cool. I'm trying to push all of them to their current size. Or are they all made to size 100 already? They're all made to size 100 already, so it would be 400 if we built them up entirely. We don't want to do that. We don't want to go over top our naval capacity, but probably build more anchors at some point. We'll see. Reinforcements going. Once we learn about this system here, we'll then have the science ship we just built begin working on scanning the military front, learning about all the technology we don't quite know yet. It's hard to imagine what we don't know. We know so much. Friendly first contacts gives more influence. I mean, I had 1,000 influence, right? I was totally capped before, but as claims end up costing half of that, we need to get our influence storage higher. Power projection gives up to 2 influence a month. We're already 178. We just need to create more ships. We'll get more a month, but we're very close to that too, so it's probably not worth worrying about too terribly much. Right.
Time for some new chrome.
A message! We met the principal engineer. Association of Scrappers. We can buy ships if we want to. Let's see. So, to ensure we start off in good graces, how about a small gift show commitment to customer service? They give us 2,000 alloys. Even if we never buy anything from them, that is a tremendous gift. We used immediately to tremendously upgrade our fleet. Thank you, Mr. Woodchuck Dwarf guy. I don't actually know what he is. But fleet command goes up again, and finally battleships. Nice. Spooky L-Gate insights. Oh, I don't know. Like last time we opened the L-Gates, it was the Grey Menace. Are there any possible positive interactions with the L-Gates, or are they all just coming to kill you? The main thing I want, being come to kill, or them coming to kill, is not one. Alright, build me the battleship. Boop. It is what amount I need for each one? It is 8 per. Cool. There we go. More
planetary features augmented.
If you don't pull bad odds, there's some neat things at L-Gates. L-Gate death's only 37% chance. Okay, cool. Maybe we should go ahead and do that at some point then. Alright, you as well. Anonymous Gifter! Thanks for gifting a sub to Harsani. I appreciate that. Harsani, very kind of you being here. Anonymous, whichever person you are, I thank you very much for your generosity and being part of the community. Don't you know? No, seriously, thank you very much for that kindness. Harsani, enjoy the crossword breaks. We've engaged in surreptitious gathering of a small piece of reptilian cyborg's tissue, we angered the creature. It subsequently vomited a wave of viscous green slime onto the away team, and we were escorted out of the facility by our security drones. Strangely enough, the slime was observed to have remarkable healing properties on the mantle. Small wounds and abrasions cleanly knitted themselves whole and left behind a pleasant sensation. This biologically dense fluid could be used as a solvent for a variety of medicinal and curative therapies. Revolutionary Medigel means medical workers work more better. Wow. I don't know what medical workers give us, but I'm very pleased with that. Hooray. Alright. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. It is time then to go do more astral fun. Alright, so science ship here, off to... Where are you going? I don't know how to read this, but he's going we gotta trust he's going somewhere. The Medigel might give more population growth. Let's see, are the people in the gene clinic called medical workers? They are. They are indeed. So a bonus to population growth. Wow. Wow. Pretty neat. Hey, 5:30. We can finally end the war. How cruel is this? Just sitting awkwardly the whole time, saying, just you wait, I'm going to convince the international interstellar government that I own this thing. Now I've done so. Now the war's over. There we go, team. They accept. We accept. What an absolute mess, but it's mine, oh mine. Alright, peace in our time once more. Cool. So how do we think about the front now? I mean, the front's just a big old mess is what it is. Like, I guess Stebnar is still pretty darn good as a choke point. We have our potential vassal subject guy in between us. Yeah, I think we all just go home then. I think we all just return home, and I'm gonna trust these people aren't gonna work against us. If they get attacked, then we'll panic and try to protect these areas, but everything looks pretty good. So all fleets go to your homes. Interdimensional train goes down. Womp womp. And somehow we've insulted the capitalists. You mean the vampires? What do you mean exactly about that? We ended up just going to negative 150 money. So the trade going through ended up giving us a bit of an issue. We need that trade very badly. Also, my science ship arrived. It was not immediately destroyed, so we're fine here. We can fight this Leviathan if I bring all my fleets together. What happened to my power? Apparently we're allowed to upgrade some of our drone swarms to level 3 now with the pile of influence we have. So, yes, more power. Are you more power one? One second. In Stebnar, it is giving me... Nope, that's more research. Absolutely no. Oh, you can't cancel, can you? I push buttons. I like pushing buttons. You know, it's fun pushing buttons. Oh, I can't believe you've done this, Resorty. All right, 66 versus 49 versus 49. Pikachu, I choose you. So we'll get more power there. Fortunate. The commissariat just likes us. It's fine. New astral rift being explored. Lower us on in, if you please. Let's dump a new astral location somewhere. The no cancel button feels pretty bad. It's okay though. We'll get it worked out. So to the markets. I'm gonna dump. We can sell even more food. We're making way too much food. That'll help the economy a little bit. We will have more power pretty soon, but I have the alloys I need now. All right, upgrade this one, please. Nope, need 1,500. Well, we're almost there. Alright, we can get more leaders. Lots and lots of leaders. That's a great addition for more governors. Slave army, no. Off-world trading company, more trade value. Absolutely. We have a couple locations that'll be very good with that. Here's what's happening inside the Rift. It's called the Lattice. So because I've done only one Stellaris playthrough since the Astral System was introduced, there's so many events I've not read yet. I'm so excited for all of them. This is one new one, I believe. We've entered a space of confusing visual spectacles. Glasses, in fact. Geometric patterns and shifting colors. The surroundings do not appear dangerous, but they're as disorienting as an optical illusion. Attempts to analyze the material that makes up the universe are baffling. No matter how intensely the samples are magnified, we're confronted by the same repeating patterns. They condense towards infinity. Asymptotes. Clearly there are physical principles operating here we do not understand. We keep exploring deeper inside. And oh no, the sacred Thorkel Confederacy are no more. As usual, I need to say, who? What? Which humans are those? I'm now overselling my my food. That's okay though.
Game-changing upgrades incoming.
We have the influence we need now. That's great. More defense platform hull strength. Let's learn about orbital habitats. Maybe then I can get some mega structures going. Minister of State, who's a governor also. You're just not very good at much, are you? I mean, more minerals and more food, all pretty cool, I suppose. Industrialist will give us more while you're governing. Specialist, though. Yeah, I'll go take that one. Cool. We can upgrade some more of these. One of these is power. Actually, both power also. You know, one's research, one's power. Maybe more soon. But our situation with the power is pretty bad. We do have one fleet not yet docked up. Hey, it's voting time. Gistieka, the current long neck, might get to be long neck one more time. Wouldn't that be swell? If I wanted more power, let's go and look through our planets. We do not have an electro planet. Oh, we took over more planets. Where'd all my power go? He says, well, taking over 2 random planets are an absolute chaos. Alright, we took over Ebermachus 4. This is a big old mess, but it has the possibility of making me some power for me. We also took over Arlov Vivada. This is a big old mess, but also has some power for me for sure. It's a size 13 that has Titanic life here, so we can do some research if we want to. This one has no bonuses at all. Alright, Pikachu, I choose you. That said, alright, some of us are here, that's fine. There are multiple kinds of creatures here. Well. I'll replace you with the power thing. Good old power thing. Energy grid. Place you with good old Gene Clinic. Place you. Actually, it's giving me fleet cap. I'll keep that. Place you with Gene Clinic. Already made. Already made? Already made. I just did that. Let's do it twice. Build a few of you. Back soon. Alright. So, it's time to go do the unfortunate part again. Hello, species. There are a lot of you. These are mushrooms. They're good for eating and not much else. That said, I will not be choosing the turn them into food one. That's disgusting. Can't eat our friends. That's a way to truly keep them alive long term, is to remind them, or remind us, of what they taste like in battle. Perhaps. Okay, so this location actually has a Gaia world that seems just fine. I have genuinely no idea why this area was not colonized immediately. There must be something bad here. What it is, I don't know, though. Something strange. Okay, hate to continue just unlocking more and more energy, but I think that's the way to go for right now. This shipyard is not attached to our territory. I don't believe it's possible to have trade run through other people's land, unfortunately. So here, you go from there to, well, if I try to connect you, what happens? Yeah, definitely not connectable, unfortunately. You think the Gaia planet might be from an event? Well, whichever way, I'm delighted to have it. I thank you much. Let's go and hit the colonize button right now. What do we do with the Gaia world? How do we treat it well? Oh, it's not been taken over yet, of course. African construction ship, come check it out. Astral event continues. Space works differently here. The movements of the ship do not correspond to what we might expect. Propelling forward, we shift left, increasing thrust, and somehow slow down. A breakthrough is made when Nasus Demeter theorizes the universe allows access to more than the standard 3 dimensions. Perhaps by examining our surroundings through the lens that we can begin to find meaning in the patterns. Continue investigations. Oh, good call. Bazadians have decided to come take this. Bazadians, I've destroyed you before, I will destroy you again. Alright, Bazadians, you've chosen your path. Oh, they're being protected by someone though, aren't they? Yes, they are vassalized to the Fire Tribes. The Fire Tribes are superior. They get to keep the Gaia planet. How dare you? How dare you take that from me? It's not the world's greatest place, but we'd like to have it for sure. Being insulted, being rivaled. Very well, very well. Our fine scientist levels up. He is on the... He's actually not on the council. So, I don't know. He's not really doing archaeology, but we'll add that anyway. Our economy's largely fixed now, at least for the moment. More astral events. Message in the bottle. Sending out an SOS. By extrapolating the patterns of our surroundings in 4 spatial dimensions, we succeeded in creating a usable map. I remember back in high school, a teacher had us read Flatland, that book about what would it be to be a one-dimensional being in a 2-dimensional space, or other way, it would be to be a 3-dimensional being in a 2-dimensional space, and a 2-dimensional being in a 1-dimensional space. I didn't get it at the time, but I should probably go back and read it again, because I think it might be super interesting to try to understand what my teacher was teaching back then. There's so many things I read in high school that I only halfway understood. I had the vague sense that it was important because it was being assigned to me. There must have been some reason they were assigning it, but I couldn't always grasp why it was important, other than they insisted it was. Like, I had to read The Red Badge of Courage, and all I remember out of the book is some dogs die. There must be more to the story than some dogs die. Maybe it's one I should go back and read, possibly. Anyway, from the perspectives of 4 dimensions, our travel in the middle of the rift was a straight line. Our experience a twisting trajectory through an incomprehensible labyrinth. Sharp turns and the occasional backtrack were required to traverse the maze, but we eventually reached the goal. The new space is vast, too large to be logically contained in the chamber itself. Must be the result of even more folded dimensions, larger on the inside than the outside. At its very center, we recovered a familiar device, written in our own language, instructions on how to proceed further. It was signed by no other than Nasus Demeter, a message from us in the future. We trust future us? I just don't know. Alright, so our buddies here have wrapped around entirely. We'll be dealing with them one of these days for sure, for sure. Pretty impressive how sexist it manages to be. Wait, what's sexist, Thula? Flatland or Red Badge of Courage? Either way, I probably would have missed that entirely as a high schooler. This was back in the early 90s when we didn't think about these things too much, unfortunately. Or when I say we didn't, I mean I didn't. I didn't know how to think about these things at all. Alright, factory world here, recently given to us. The factory, why is it designated a factory world if it's so much research? I'm so confused. That said, they bought a new mystic shrine. Thanks for that. Alright, so what we got going here? What might we got going here? Give me a gene clinic. Give me an autochthony. Give me the battlements of steel. Hello? Wait, what's up here? There we go. Replace with battlements of steel. Give me an augmentation center. Give me mine. Because AI has no idea how to manage planets. I don't think you're wrong. I'm just surprised that after all of this time, that's still true. Like, this game is not a brand new game. When did Stellaris actually come out? Nope, that's not it. Here we go. Stellaris. Released in May 9th of 2016. So that's 8 years ago. That's a long time ago. How on earth is the AI still such big dum-dums? We can go faster. We're going to save that for now. We're good. You love the frenzy of fixing the world you conquered. There's a lot going on. Absolutely a lot going on in these worlds. They will be good eventually, just, not yet. Speaking of which, this planet over before is still an absolute mess. Alright. So, I don't really want to fix it, but I really should. Why do you have so many cities? What is even going on there? In your view, the only good AI Paradox has is in CK. So honestly, I don't know what it's like in Hearts of Iron or EU. In Victoria, it hasn't struck me as being exactly bad. Like, it keeps up with the player halfway decently, but I'm not sure how exactly. And then eventually it doesn't keep up anymore and you go absolutely crazy. Number goes up all the way, but I don't know. Just don't quite know. We have none of these tile blockers. First League filing offices. If you insert some rare crystals, you get yourself more unity and amenities and such. Sure thing. EU4 AI struggles. Okay. Yeah, it's one of those games I keep saying I might play eventually, and then so many other games pop up. Hello? We're low on minerals again. Inside the lattice, more occurs. We're traveling through time across all of the axes. Following the instructions laid before us, we've navigated easily through an unknown amount of super spatial dimensions. At various points, we witnessed ourselves crossing to another course. Some of our copies appeared to be in distress with the wear and corrosion on the sphere, indicating they've been lost in space for much too long. Luckily, we've avoided an encounter so far. No paradoxes occurring by seeing ourselves. Unsettling though, maybe we're yet lost. Have we started Cosmogenesis yet? No. We are going to take it our last tradition. We have 3 more unlocks to go though, each of which costs quite a bit, you might say. Pulling in 1,000 a month, but we could be doing somewhat better, I'm sure. I'm sure. Science ship arrived back here. We're gonna have a cloak up and get hunting. Have you investigate anomalies, special projects? Sure. Astral action again, more physics, more good. Resolution failed. Hey, we voted against Guardian Angels, and that led to an okay outcome anyway. Constructor's going to construct. Do that now. Great. EU4 is still your favorite of the Paradox map painters. It makes some stupid decisions, though. Hey, got it. We'll check out eventually. I mean, I don't know. I keep saying maybe I'll play EU4 whenever EU5 is going to come out, which I realize what's known as a little bit ridiculous, but, it could be fun anyway. Could be fun. Has the Great Khan come? The Great Khan has not come yet. Nope. The Mystic Order calls us and says they'd like to close the visual receptors and imagine ourselves having a lot of money. If we give them 2,500 money, we get an edict to make that money back real soon. I'm actually not sure if this edict is worth it, but I chose it, and so I will use it now. It's 133 unity to get ourselves faster research speed, more money, and less consumption. I like that a lot. All very good. Last update for EU4 is out, so I can play it and it won't be changing. Oh, they definitely said that, Horgan? I didn't realize that. I think I saw some streamers saying that they thought it would be the last update, but I didn't realize it actually was. In that case, Mike could do so. Mike could do so for sure. Can you not get home? I just now noticed that they can't get home. Wait, didn't we have an open board with you folks? They're suspicious now. Wait, borders are open. Oh, my borders are open. Ah, I thought that was a reciprocal relationship. If you open your borders, they had to open their borders as well. I guess not. Huh. That's unfortunate. Please stop being suspicious. How do I ask for their borders to open then? I don't see a button like that. This calls for war. I mean, war would let me get through. I could blast my way through and then white peace out of it. Like, let's just jump out, I suppose. Just go home, that's fine. Goodbye, ships. I wish you best of luck. Wii U emergency. Fine. Fine. Maybe it's a trade deal? If like you in general to open up. All right, we're trying to make them like us. We're working on the positive relationship. That said, friends. Like I said, I have a meeting this afternoon, so it's 1 o'clock my time. Only streamed for 4.5 hours today instead of normal 5.5 during my summer break. So I'm gonna have to bounce, unfortunately. It's a shame. Today's been a really fun stream as always. Thank you for hanging out and chit-chatting. Hope you enjoyed hearing my blather and seeing my questionable strategic decisions. I am desperately hopeful we can get the crisis tomorrow. I'm nearly certain we can't though, so at least one more day of Stellaris, maybe 2 days of Stellaris, and then we'll move on to something else. But thank you immensely for being here. Thank you for hanging out. There will be an ad break I'm going to let run. Thank you for being a part of the community in whatever way you are. And yeah, see you again tomorrow. Only a day away. If you enjoyed what you saw here today, consider joining the Discord channel. We have a nice time over there also. I'll put the link in chat if you want to join the Discord, folks. That'd be cool. For now, thank you much. Goodbye.